You listening? Damn.
Were you ever submissive? Were you
Me no kwe la funudalo. Oh me.
Guys, just to give you a little update, this weekend we were doing afa feeding. So we were feeding afa. Normally when you're feeding afa, it's not customary to have other priests come and help you. And so we recently went to Bokobulet's place, and so then he came to help us feed our afa. And so it was a very, very interesting ritual. Again, very tiring, but very much worth it as well. And we also started to get some information about Mami Wata for the first time in our shrine, so that's very interesting. Guys, just to give you a little update, this weekend we were doing afa feeding. So we were feeding our afa. Normally when you're feeding afa, it's not customary to have other priests come and help you. And so we recently went to Bokobulet's place, and so then he came to help us feed our afa. And so it was a very, very interesting ritual. Again, very tiring, but very much worth it as well. And we also started to get some information about Mami Wata for the first time in our shrine, so that's very interesting. Guys, just to give you a little update, this weekend we were doing afa feeding. So we were feeding our afa. Normally when you're feeding afa, it's not customary to have other priests come and help you. And so we recently went to Bokobulet's place, and so then he came to help us feed our afa. And so it was a very, very interesting ritual. Again, very tiring, but very much worth it as well. And we also started to get some information about Mami Wata for the first time in our shrine, so that's very interesting. Guys, just to give you a little update, this weekend we were doing
what I will do. It's okay. ní di àti fẹ́ wọ́n jílẹ̀ ó nẹ́fà kọ̀kọ̀kọ̀kọ̀ yàtí ó ní ẹlẹ́rú yàtí ó ní kékeré wọ́n jí nẹ́fà. Ami jere méje ẹ̀gàjí dẹ̀ ẹ̀gàmẹ̀gà sí ọ̀rọ̀ ẹlẹ́gbà ami jere nígbà tí wọ́n yẹrẹ wọ́n ní bọ̀bọ̀ ẹlẹ́gbà mi lọ. What I will do you do. Okay. Nígbà tó mi ní it's okay. Very at cloud. Mayor very at cloud. Mayor Ami jere méje ẹ̀gàjí dẹ̀ ẹ̀gàmẹ̀gà sí ọ̀rọ̀ ẹlẹ́gbà ami jere nígbà tí wọ́n yẹrẹ wọ́n ní bọ̀bọ̀ ẹlẹ́gbà mi lọ. What I will do you do. Okay. Nígbà tó mi ní God, It's okay. Jerry, Major Gagide, Gassi on the Legba, different more year, Bokor. What I will do, you do. It's okay. Jerry, Major Gagide, Gassi on the Legba, different more year, Bokor. Ava mama la gali drolo. Ava mama la gali drolo. Awi now.
Obeajo, Ebatakali no de Wakusia. Obeajo, Ebatakali. Obeajo, Ebatakali no de Wakusia. 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 Obeajo, Ebatakali no de Wakusia.
very much for joining us this afternoon. We will do a simple libation, and after that, just take off. So please, we are a little bit late, but please bear with us and bear your questions and let us know what send us the questions so that I can be able to try to answer them for you. Thank you.
Me no kwe la funudalo. Oh me. Oh me no. Oh me to. Asui. Oh me oh me la funula. Oh me. Oh me la funula. Oh me. Oh me no. Oh me to. Asui. On va faire les voix dans les voix. On va faire les voix dans les voix.
They can hear you. They can hear you.
They can hear me now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, so as I said earlier, it's good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you, wherever you may find yourself. We are transmitting today on the education from African Magic Temple. So please, we have been having some technical challenges, so it took us some time to be trying to see if we can get our pictures clear, because there was a good Samaritan who advised us that our pictures are a little bit low quality, so we should do something about it. We have camera, we have iPhones and all these things, but it was still not very good. And we realized that because we don't have a stable internet, and that's it. So my technical team was doing some work on it to make sure that even with the poor internet, we should be able to do better and clearer. So thank you all for having the patience to pass until now. So I'm going for a simple libation, and then after that, we will just go. Oh, Abu somebody said, Mauka Fiti Kata, South address the camera the way you think it's you should think this way, rather on me than to be on the other thing that because all these things that actually
Yes, and the side is perfect. It's perfect.
that's what I'm sure. So Mauka somebody is a Mauka Fiti, Mauka said the top manager. Said I don't say they not Please lock those doors, lock this door, lock that one too. Oh, my God, kind of you kind Now I am done. Let's go on to the work. We're starting with Facebook. We have Ajiti Ajayi saying good afternoon. Good afternoon, Ajiti Ajayi. Thank you very much for joining us. Then we have what is survival flex. There's nothing showing here. Okay, wise, I think now, if you can't see anything still, please let us know because we are on now. And then we have Ajiti Ajayi again saying, I have a few questions. Please, if I like incense that I like, that bring me, does that mean that it is good, or does that mean I'm inviting a foreign? Does that mean it is good, or I'm inviting a foreign entity that can harm my energy? And Mr. Ajiti, I don't know. I cannot say that when you write an entity, it says you are inviting a foreign entity into the room to harm you. I believe strongly that the people who made instance factories and manufacturing instance, they did not make it that whenever people liked it, they should be inviting foreign entities that can harm them. I don't think that was the purpose. They made incense with the purpose in mind that when people use it, people should relax. If you are using it for a spiritual purpose, whatever purpose you are using it for, if your mind is relaxed, you should be able to attain and achieve that state of mind that you want. Okay? I don't think their aim was to make incense so that when people like foreign entities will be invited into their domain and harm them. So that's how far I say that that's what I'm not about with incense. So I don't see how that question comes. And then we have our big sister, Yvonne Ahmed. As mother saying, greetings, Christopher, I pray you are feeling better. You got my package. Thank you. I'm very glad and I'm very happy to be here. I'm happy to God to you. Thank God for that. I'm very happy that you finally got to you. May the ancestors continue blessing and help. Thank you very much. And then, is that all for that? have a Stephen Friday night say hi. Hello, Stephen, how are you? Thank you very much for joining us. We know we are late, but please, if you are still there, please continue. Then we have a GTI. What does the full moon represent? And also the half moon. What that all represent? It's a GTI. I am not teaching astrology here yet. I am teaching Voodoo and some Kabbalah. I'm teaching actually a Voodoo that I was taught by my own. I'm not teaching the phases of the moon and holiday. I think you can find information on that on the web. If you go onto the web and you look at horoscope and astrology, there should be some information on that how what are the phases of the moon as there must be some information. Maybe one day I'll come onto that topic and I will teach about it. For now, I just want to teach about it. And if in my teaching the moon comes in, then I will explain what that will be. So thank you very much. Then we have to move on. God notices I can listen dancing. I don't understand. I can listen dancing. God knows, I think you may have to come back a bit. I don't understand what that means. Then we have a JT, a J again. We say, what is feeling of afar? What is feeling of afar respectfully? I don't know what your questions are. If you get afar, you will know what the feeling of afar is. If you don't get afar, I think there is not much I can tell you about what the feeling of afar is. Just like how they feel for those, afar also is to them once a year. So that's it. That's all that I can say. If you get afar, you will understand what the feeling of afar is. Thank you very much, Mr. Ajay. Please move the listen up. Let's see. We have entrance as a team. Me too, nothing is showing here. Oh, so are you sure people are not seeing what they should see right now? They should be seeing. What happened before everybody see it? Okay, as a team, please try to see it. If you are seeing, just let us know. Because when we are transmitting, we can see that everything is moving, so we cannot know why you are not seeing anything at your end. So is that the last one? No, please. So go. I think we have only one. Then we have our brother Higgins using what the orange liquid being poured for, like bleaching on the street and the street. Okay, Higgins using that's what we call palm oil. The red palm oil is made out of the palm nut fruit. It's the fiber of the palm nut that is made into oil. So that red or orange thing is palm nut oil or red oil. It's UV. It's UV. Yeah, let's move up. Is that all? No. There are about 14 comments there. Then, okay, Hades, you did again. Hello, can you speak on the concept of the emoja, and how they operate as archetypes of the conscious and subconscious mind? Thank you. Okay, Hades, thank you very much. The emoja and the oloku are not in every affair. The emoja and oloku are not in every affair. And I know, or I know that that is in what we call it, Ifa, Yemoya, and Oloku. So I'm not very sure which one is which one, but I think Yemoya represented Maniwata, and Oloku also may be representing water spirit and what we call it, the crocodile spirit. I'm not very sure because in our every farm we don't have Yoda and we don't have Oloku. We have Maniwata and we have Ajapa. And then about that, I don't know so much. Because the Mami Water thing, I have not been doing Mami Water thing, so I don't know how to talk very much, or I do not know how to talk very much about Mami Water things. But recently, we were able to find a very good teacher who is now introducing me into the Mami Water, and it is not the kind of the ones that we have been seeing. This is the real thing whereby you don't really you don't even wear the beads. You don't show yourself with all these plenty things, but then you can begin to have some connection with the maintenance spirits and marine spirits or spirits that are from different places in the oceans and in the rivers. So when we were introduced recently to doing our fasting, we were told certain things that are the key to invite these energies of consciousness into your domain and be able to work with them. Of course, I have so many such, but then it is not like what people call them. I don't call them the water. So I have worked with some, but then I don't call them water. So but now what they are teaching me is about and I was even surprised that when I slept. I didn't even set up anything when I slept the other day. The woman came into the room and could see coming to sit on my bed beside other entities around me. I was kind of a little bit scared and worried that somehow I didn't know I've never had those kind of experiences again. So I know I am in the right place. So as I go along learning more about these manual space, how do you need to put more insight into it? One thing with me is that what I don't know, I don't know. What I have had experience, that's what I speak. So, it is unique. I'm not so much familiar with the and yeah, of course, I know they are in the far as members or my space or water space. That's what I have. So, as time goes on, the more I learn, the more I will also enlighten you on what I am learning and what I am experimenting. Thank you very much. And then we have our big sister Oluchi Osuo, okay? Great day back out with peace and love. Thank you very much, big sister. How have you been? You know, I've been saying that I'm going to send you talisman and all these things, but I've been not been far, but now I'm getting better. So please keep reminding me that I can prepare and send it to you. Then we have Alasan Haruna in Canada saying, greetings family. Hello Haruna, how are you? Thank you very much for joining us. I'm very grateful. How have you been? And happy New Year again. And then we have Kelly Marie Kelly. Hello, how are you? Good afternoon. Sending good vibes and positive energy to you and your family. You all have a wonderful time for getting on weekly and sharing with us, sharing with us knowledge and energy. Thank you very much, Kelly Marie. I'm really grateful to join because without you people who encourage us, thank you. It's a two-way thing. So you are there, I am here, and then it's become a communication. One hand cannot clap. So one hand, if you want to use it to clap, only the action. Thank you very much, very much. And then we have a kind here. Peace and love. I hope you are feeling better. Yes, thank you very much. And have fun. And then we have our sister Larry Thomas. Say, please fix the audio. So please, you go check the audio. Or maybe that was what was the one that wasn't good. Yes, please, Papa. So okay, I think so. Larry, please, if you are still listening to me, please let me know so that if the audio is much better. If it's not, please let us know. And then we have Lucy White. So please check the sound of the sound. So complaining about the sound. No, my technical team has done something about it. So hopefully it should go through now. Yes, and then Eric raising the sound is not clear. Okay, you people check it again. So the sound is not good. People are still complaining. Yes, then we have Pepsi. Again, we say a good day, Papa. Please, I visited a woman in my village for a week, and she said where I was before I was born. I was married to a man, and I later left the man. The man asked me to return his dowry, of which I refused. I left the marriage and took three children. The man said I will never get married and all that. I'm supposed to return the man's dowry to him, and calculating everything is about 6,000 cities. Papa, I don't have that. Does that mean I won't get married? Who is asking? Get back to the question. Let me see who is asking the question. Percy, what happened? Is this one still not good?
It's good, but it's not the best. So this is a secondary mic that we have, just in case anything goes bad.
Okay, so we are adding a secondary mic, so please, maybe at least you get one. So, Percy, I want to know, is this marriage thing, was it a real thing in physical world or was it in a spiritual world? If it is a physical world that you were married and then you had three children and you left your man, okay, let me go over the whole reading question again. Say, good day, Papa. Please, I visited a woman in my village for a reading. And she said, where I was before I was born. That means a fetome. Okay, so you were married in fetome, or you were married in the ancestral world, or the world before this world. If that is the matter of explaining to you, then I think you will need a second reading to confirm that. That's what I would say, because for you to be paying about 6,000 to something that you don't know, I don't know what and what you are going to do. That's what cost that much. But you may need a second reading from another different priest or priestess, so that you can be very sure that what they were saying, that if you are not getting married, you are not having any marriage in this life, and you went for a reading, and the reading is telling you that in your past life or before you came into this physical world, you were married and you ran away with the children from your man, I think you may need another reading. Uh, you should do a reading with Fa, use Afa to do a reading and make sure what you are saying or what she was saying is real. Do another reading, or even I would say do two more readings, and if at least two of them confirm this very thing, then you know that's your problem. Then somehow you may have to find a way to it. But if it is not, then it may be something different than what you are hearing. That's all that I can tell. So Percy, try to do another reading from a different diviner. Thank you. Let me, I've not finished the whole thing. Let me see. I said that, does that mean I won't get married? That it depends on, that's why I say you should do another reading, because there are certain things happen in our lives before we were born. The place that the Aves call Fetome, or the psychic world where your spirit was before coming into this physical world. And that world, as we can see in our dream, the way dreams are, that even though your physical body is lying on your bed, but there are activities going on in your life. So it is death is only a very deep sleep, and from which you do not wake up. But then the dream that you were dreaming before you are not able to wake up becomes your reality. I don't know whether that is making sense. It becomes your reality because if you are in a dream, you will not know. Sometimes you don't know that you are dreaming. You are just dreaming and it looks very real. So, supposing you are having a dream and you don't wake up into this physical world again, then you will be pronounced a dead person. Meanwhile, the dream that the world in which you are living becomes your reality. So definitely there is a world beyond the physical world. So uh, sometimes there are certain things we do in that world before coming into the physical plane. Some were against us, some are in favor of us. So you must do another reading to make sure that what they were seeing is real. Thank you, Percy. Okay, move the cursor, please. And then we have Nunya Adidoye Asime Tunel. Hello, Nunya. It's been a while. How are you? Thank you very much for joining us. Say good afternoon, Papa. Please, where are your parents originally from? Nunya, my parents are from your village. Okay, I know. My parents are from. My father is from Hohoi. My mother is from Apati and Chome, but then she was brought up in Pando. That's why we all call Pando our mother's town. But originally, she's from Apati and Chome. I am a Bodre on the Apati side and Agoku on the Chome side. Thank you. Okay, then we have for Martin Kobler. Good day, my brother. Good to see you. The sound is bad. That's about 6 minutes ago. Say the sound is bad. So please, Larry also was telling us the sound is bad. So what could be causing the sound to be bad?
That's why I replaced the microphone, but I think it should be better now. I checked and it was okay.
Okay, like Lamin, you go outside, listen or put these things in your ear because when you are here, if I'm saying you cannot hear well, you better go outside and put your earphone and see if the sound is good because people are complaining about the sound. I think maybe our picture quality is a little bit better today. I don't know, but then the sound is having another issue. So we should do our best to fix it so that people can enjoy this thing. Okay. You see, even Nunya was saying we can't hear. I was trying to. So please, if you can hear, let me know. Please, if you can hear me well, let me know. So, is it okay? Yeah, it's good. Okay. So some people are saying it's good, but if you okay, so Nunya Adidu Asimetuna is saying kindly stop the broadcast and fix the sound. That's about 6 minutes ago. You are sure that it is okay? But why?
Oh, but it's okay. I'm hearing it from this side. It looks okay. It looks
That's
fine.
why a long time ago I came to change and make the adjustments. I should check it after a long time. So
You detected the sound problem. Ah,
that's why
okay.
initially.
So okay, so at your end it's okay.
It's okay, please.
Okay, so I think maybe it will be okay because a lot of people are complaining about the sound. So Larry Thomas is no, go back, go down, go. Yeah, we go to Percy, who I just was talking about. Go down. Yeah, Nunya was say, please, we can't hear. And then Nunya and they say, kindly stop the broadcast and fix the sound. Then we have, that was about 7 minutes ago. Then we have Larry Thomas saying the audio is much better. Thanks. That was also 7 minutes ago. So then Percy Ayim said the sound is good now. Okay, thank you, Percy. And that's good about a minute ago. That means we are on the right track. We have Jude Sena Lombet. Good day, Papa. Hello, Jude. How are you? Thank you very much joining us. And then we have Percy Ayim again. The sound is good, please. Thank you, Percy. I'm grateful. And then we have Oluchi Osuoke. Papa, the sound is better now. Peace is better now. Peace and love. Thank you very much, big sister. I'm grateful to all of you for the feedback. I'm grateful. Yes, and then Telly Marie, Telly, okay, okay. Oh, what are you people doing? You are just moving the thing anyhow. Okay, Jude Sena Lombet is saying the sound is better now. And then Telly Marie Telly is saying, yes, I can hear. Thank you very much. Please try to control that thing. And then we have Larry Thomas is saying it's better now. Thank you very much, Larry. Telly, Marie, Telly, and Lambert, everybody. Thank you very much. And then, okay, we come to Nunya Abidwe Asimet Tuna. Yes, Papa, I was sick. I saw you carry me at your back in my dream at the height of my.
Sorry, it's questions. I keep on coming when it comes to push. We are trying to.
Okay, I saw I saw you carry me at your back in my dream at the height of my sickness. Then you are my uncle because my father's mother is direct Bodri. That's why I say we are from the same place. So it's a direct Bodri, Felicia Bodri. Please, what is your mother's name? My mother's name was Mary. Mary is my mother's mother was Bodri Mba. My mother was the last born of Bodri Mba's children. So that's why I was saying I'm from where you come from. Okay, thank you very much. And then we have Percy Ayim. I also had a dream, and my late grandfather. Have I finished the other dream before?
Yes, please.
Ah, okay. That's why Nunya was saying that she saw me carry her back, my back. Okay. Said I also and then I Percy Ayemi say I also had a dream, and my late grandfather said I should prepare tea for him. I want to cook for him, and my mom is saying we are Christian. We don't do that. Papa, please, can I stand alone to feed my ancestors? Yes, of course. If you, especially when you see your ancestor or your grandfather asking you for food, your grandfather or grandmother or your ancestor, when they ask you for food, they are trying to open a door for you. Maybe certain things are not going on well, or some doors are closed for you, and they are planning to open it, but you need to empower them by feeding them, and then they will in turn empower you. So if they are asking you, you can without your family. Christians also do cook food for ancestors, so don't mind our African hypocrisy. They are breaking bread in the church and drinking wine in the church, and they say you can't cook for our sister. Who said so? So, Percy, it is good. I think if you are close by in Accra or within Ghana, try to find us, and we will let you know how to do it properly, and you will get a response from your ancestor. Thank you very much. And we are now going on to YouTube. We have Mario Young. Say good evening, Daddy, and the AMT family. Greetings from India. Thank you very much, Mario. We were having some technical challenges. That's why we didn't read your question or your salutations in the beginning. But now we are on. So sorry for taking the time. And how are you? And how is the family in India? My regards to everybody, your mom and everyone. Thank you very much for joining the section. Then we have Tobe Jigbezan Sesoka. Greetings and good day, Papa and the AMT family. Bokor Anuledo. America Madena Nu Edo. Bokor Jigbezan Anuledo. I hope everyone is doing well. Glad to see you doing well. Yes, I am a little bit better today than ever. And then we have a Yakel 5, Grand Rising Papa. When I was a child, I used to travel dark to a dark realm, the void, as some call it. And I used to see certain people at a round table wearing masks doing cheers. Um, phone, phone. Okay. Mr. or Madam Yakel, is it S or 5? Yakel 5. Okay. So if you are from a phone, if you have form, then you are connected to your ancestors somehow. But these round table people had always spoke about it, seeing people at a round table. But I personally, I have never had that kind of experience. But I've heard people have been around, seeing people on a round table and having wearing masks. In our typical AV culture, where I come from, we don't have a mask wearing culture. We don't wear masks. So masks are not part of our culture. So I don't know so much about masks. And then I don't know also what it means that people are wearing masks in your void places that you had visited. That if they are wearing masks, that means they didn't want you to see their faces and know who they were. But then they sitting at a round table and saying cheers or doing some cheers must be something that they are having fun with. But then you were privy to see or to look at that. I will advise that you should do a reading to find out exactly what you had been seeing. Thank you very much, Yakel. Yakel again is saying, someone told me I was a witch, and that's why I was able to travel to this different realm. Can you give me more insight on this? When you say witch in our culture, it's a very negative and evil thing. And then in the European culture and other cultures, to be a witch is celebrated. But in every culture, when they call you a witch, it's not a good name. It's not a good name at all. You are regarded as a negative energy. So when someone say, I am a witch, I am a witch, in the Western concept of being a witch is a great name and it commands respect. In Africa or in every culture, when you are a witch, no one respects you. So that name of calling people saying you are a witch and all this, I don't understand. So it will be very difficult for me to give you an insight into that. But what I believe you can do is try as much as possible to do a reading to know what things that had been happening to you, and then you can now be sure on that. Don't let people use their speculations without really knowing what it is and just tell you and you believe. Do some practical things and then find out what exactly was happening to you or what you had been seeing. So, Yakel 5, thank you very much for the question. I think some people will learn about it, but it is not very good to be calling yourself a witch or calling people a witch. If you are an African, it is not a good thing. But maybe in the European and the diaspora, people think that when they call you a witch, it's a great name. No, we don't respect a witch in our culture. We fear them because we don't know what they can do. That's why when you are doing a reading and you find a witchcraft in your reading, we try to find out what they want from us, so we give them so that they should live our life. We don't celebrate witches in our culture. And then we have says Stephen B. Hello, Bokor, Christopher, and AMT family. Can receiving a spirit disrupt your relationship with spirits and guides that already work with you? yes and no. What is the yes for? If the spirits that are with you are not properly informed, and even after informing them, if they are not in agreement of what spirit you are going to get to add to them, they will disturb you or they will disrupt your flow. No, in the sense that if you are going to get a new spirit or a new voodoo or a new entity to add to what you have already, and if you had asked your spirits ahead of time that, oh, I'm going to get a new spirit to work together with you people so that our work can be proper, they and when they agreed and accept it, then you don't have any problem at all working with a new spirit and your old spirits. I'm saying this thing from an experience. When I was going to get this mirror, the magic mirror that I use, I think almost about 20 years ago, or yeah, about 20 years ago, when I was going to get this magic mirror, I did not tell Tobe Jopata, who had been with me all these years through many things, whose shrine was here. I didn't tell him that, or I did not ask permission from him that I was going to get a magic mirror, a bochi. So I'd been going through the process. It took me about, if not about 7 years to actually get the mirror completely. So I've been doing. So the final time that I was uh, going to get it, my what do you call it? I did not inform them because I felt that I had been going and coming, and they were aware that I was trying to make something new to add to them. So I didn't tell Jokpata, I didn't tell Akai, and I just went to uh, that this is the day they are going to do the final initiation. We are going to sleep on the grave and then also sit on the grave in the daytime to be able to get the connection with the dead people who can now work through you to communicate uh, secrets and listen to people. So we did all the grave prayers, and in the daytime I was sitting on the grave, and they were going to give me the mirror. When they gave me the mirror, those of you who might have seen the part of the video, it's not all the full video, you will see that the mirror will be moving sideways, and then it goes front and back, and then sideways, then it goes front and back. So my teacher, Togmetuji, was not very sure. Sometimes the mirror will go up and down in my hands. It's just my hands are moving up and down, sideways, front and back. So he decided that we should go into the shrine of Togbe Ahogbato, which is his main deity at his shrine. So when we went into the Togbe Ahogbato shrine, I think part of the video also should be what we have been showing from time to time. And then the mirror was still moving up and down, front and back, sideways. And then before we knew, the mirror just cracked, back in the middle in my hands. It's not like anything hit it whatsoever. The mirror just cracked into two. Then Togbe Tuji, I just told him that the mirror cracked. Then he said, what? So he asked he did a reading and checked with his deity, and the deities told them that I have a very powerful deity in my house, and I have not informed that deity. So that deity that I have in my house is so powerful that it will not allow any new thing to to come to them because they are not sure whether it's coming to disturb me or it's going to help me with my flow. So Togbe Tuji being a wise man told me I should go back to Accra, capital where I live, to go and inform my deity, that which is Jopata, properly and tell them that I was coming to get this and that I was not going to use it for any bad thing, but that it is supposed to help me add to what I have been doing already to get me to a stage where I can properly see and hear. So when I came back to the shrine here, where African Magic Temple, I decided to uh, talk to Jopata about it, and I spoke to Jopata about it. That oh, this thing I've been trying to get it for a very long time, and this is the final part of it. They are going to give me the mirror, but this is what had happened. And I heard that he was the one who was not in favor. So I am pleading to him to allow me to get the mirror so that I can add it to their work, and they all can now speak through the mirror anytime that I want to communicate with them without necessarily coming into their shrine. So when I told them that, I told Jokata, so I had to kill his favorite animal and everything for him, and then he gave me the permission. So when I went the second time, I was able to get the mirror and I could start to see more than before. That's why you see that Abochi is still with me today. But then to get it the first time, it was not that simple because my job pattern didn't agree. So, SB, it is true that sometimes if you want to have your spirits, you want to add other spirit to your spirits or get new initiation. If you are already having certain spirits with you, it will be advisable to ask the spirits if they want, or you should ask permission from them. You should ask permission from them. Then you can go ahead and everything will be fine. So, SB, that's my take on your question whether receiving a spirit disrupt your relationship with the ones that you have had already. Yes, yes, and no. Then we have Yakel 5 again. My paternal side was called Sasa Boni, A. Boni. It's actually Sasa Boni, okay, A. And my maternal is Agaja from Fon. How do I pour libation to my honorable ancestors for my mother's side without getting my Sasa ancestors involved? Oh, I don't think there's anything wrong with you pouring your maternal side. If you can pour both if you want, but usually we pour paternal and maternal. But if you only wanted to pour on your maternal side, then you must learn the names from the Agaja family, who are the maternal ancestors that you have, your grandfathers, great grandfathers, your uncles, your aunties. If you can get their names, then when you are pouring libation, you only use their name and call their name and say that you are pouring libation for them, so they should drink. So that's as simple as that. So it's not a big thing. Just know, try to get the names of your maternal ancestors, and you pour to them and call them. Because whether you are pouring for paternal or maternal side, you must specify them as your ancestors. So as I'm praying here, I call my paternal, I also call my maternal. That's what I do. So thank you very much. And then we have Mario Young. We are doing well by God's grace. I'm glad that you are looking healthy today. May the gods and ancestors continue to keep you all of us well. Yes, that's very true, Mario. I'm very grateful. Thank you for all of your concerns and your prayers. And during my trying times, I'm very grateful now. I'm very, very happy. Thank you. So I think we are done with Facebook. We are done with YouTube, and let's go and take few questions from Facebook, and then we go straight to Clubhouse. So we have Jude Sena Lobet. He said, Papa, please, if I want to come for a divination and also follow up with an initiation, what exactly do I need? If I am correct, you are based in Accra, right? Yes, Jude, we are in Accra. If you want to come for consultation, because here at my shrine, we do not do anything without consultation. There is a number that they will put on the screen. You call the number, they will tell you what things you need to bring for consultation. It is after this consultation and then doing doing the necessary things in the consultation that will now open doors for you and also for questions. If maybe even in the consultation you may be asked to be initiated, then we will now have to tell you the things that are needed for initiation. So please write the Africa Magic Temple shrine number on the screen so that but you don't, if you don't specify it, they will not know which one is which one. That's why the 0262 is the shrine's number. Call the number and then you will get the direction on how to come and do a consultation. We are on the Spinters Road in Accra, but without appointment, I don't see people because I am a very, very busy person. But if I have an appointment with you, then I will allocate the time and see you and do the consultation. So thank you very much, Jude Sena Lombet. Thank you for that question. And let's move up. Then for Martin Kobler, my cousin in the UK is saying, I suspect that the alternative reality of scenery and sound and colors we experience during our sleep indicates that there are other worlds apart from this one. Yes, you are very true, big brother. Is it possible that those we see in our dreams also come to our planet? Definitely, if you see people in your dreams, that means that those people are interacting with your reality and in both planes, whether on the physical plane or on the plane that you meet them at. Definitely, there must be some interaction. Otherwise, you will not meet people. Those people, they are interacting with you. Jude is saying reading. Yes, reading has to do with consultation. Doing spiritual consultation is what people call divination. Some call it reading. Some call it checking. Some people call it consultation. So whichever way you call it, it's the same. Then we have Nimako Friend. Good voice, Papa. Thank you very much, Nimako. We are very grateful to you. Yes. And then what is that? Then we have Nunya. I've never seen such an authenticity. You are very powerful. Your straightforwardness and honesty is unparalleled. You are an asset. May the ancestors grant you. Please move it. Let me see. May the ancestors grant you long life. Thank you very much, Nunya Adido Asimatuni. I'm very grateful for that comment and compliment. Thank you very much. Akwe. Akwe Kaka. And then we have Nati Pablo. Before then is Jane. Okay, Jane Tiffany Mami Sawa Akofo in the US is saying greetings, Papa. Hello, Mami Sawa. How are you? How are you? How are things? Communicate with me on WhatsApp, and I want to know how you are and how things are with you. Now my health is getting better, and then hopefully, God willing, this week I should finish what I promised that I was going to do on your behalf. When we enter into the new week, hopefully everything will be fine, and I'm wishing you well in everything that you're going to do. And then I have a Nati Pablo. The sound is too low. Okay, that is just about how many 1 minute ago. They said the sound is too low. So please make sure everything. You. That's why we are here. So keep improving. Let's keep doing things better. Thank you very much. And then is that finished with the Nati Pablo? Is that the last? Okay. Thank you very much. So please check the sound and let's see. Uh, I think today's video looks very clear, or the screen looks very clear. Is it because of the new computer? The internet is also better today. Okay, we thank God that everything is working in our favor after all the hard work you people have gone through. The sound is okay. Okay, then Nati Pablo, please, we can see the sound is okay here. Maybe you have to just to increase your volume a little bit, please, because here my people are saying the sound is clear, sound is okay. So please, if you still cannot hear, let us know. Thank you very much. Yes, okay, Sena, let's go to the clubhouse now and tell me what is happening there and what you want people with the questions and everything. Let me know.
Okay, go ahead. If there's anybody here who would like to ask questions to Papa, go ahead.
Papa, hello and greetings to you.
Hello, am I talking?
This is Wakiri.
Baba Wakiri, how are you? Thank you very much for joining. How are you
I'm
today?
doing well.
Okay, we thank God
I'm doing
for that.
well.
We thank God.
I'm happy that I didn't miss this class from sleep. Last week I did, and I was terribly upset with myself. But
Okay.
things go on. I want to tap in and talk about the importance of incantation, the energy that it brings, and the initial reason why the Creator initiated incantation as something as serious to activate things. I know a lot of people get things and think they can just do stuff or they have this or have that, but without the proper incantation, things seem not to move. What is the importance of incantation and the vibration and the original reason why it was created? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Baba Wakiri. I'm very grateful for that question. You see, the world is vibration, waves, sounds. That's how the whole world is created. And I think those who did science and who have read some science magazines, there is something they call the Big Bang. That's when the world was created. And that Big Bang is a sound wave. Or when that Big Bang took place, it created sound. And out of these sound vibrations and waves, sound waves and vibrations were created. And the whole universe in which we are is built on sound. So if you are going to be able to speak or say things, and if the sound is not correct, just like how people are complaining that the sound is not good, check your sound. That alone tells you that sound is very, very important in everything we do. That's why people who cannot talk, at least they make some sound to mimic whatever they are trying to communicate, and people who could understand will understand them. And then as it went on, people even somehow who could not talk were taught sign languages, in signs that people can see. If they cannot hear, they can see it, and they will now translate it into sound to understand what the person is communicating with the signs. So every culture, every race even in the animal world, sound matters very much. We may not be able to understand the communication between two dogs, or communication between two goats, or communication between two ants. But then they have a communication that a goat mother and a baby, where the mother makes certain sound, the baby knows that the mother is calling it, and it runs towards the mother. If the mother is calling it to come and eat, the baby goat knows, and it will rush and straight away goes to suck milk from the mother's breast. So sound is very important in everything. And in spirituality, sound played a very, very great role. That's why incantations and are in spirituality. If you are not able to pronounce the sound, or you cannot pronounce the incantation properly, sometimes you will not be able to get the exact results that you want to get or achieve, because the sound is not perfect. But the more you are able to understand the sound and pronounce it properly or use it properly, the greater it is for you to be able to receive what you are trying to achieve. You know, a lot of people know this word commonly, Jehovah. I want everybody open their ears because I won't say it that much. The word Jehovah is really not Jehovah. That is the common man's way of calling that energy, which is the female aspect of Jah. And the way that sound Jehovah is pronounced, I am sure some of you will know, and then those who do not know should also learn it today. I'm not going to say it very much because they say you should not call the name of your God in vain. And actually, I'm not going to call this name in vain because I'm using it to teach. The word is Yod He Wah He. That is the word Jehovah. This is the correct pronunciation of that word. It's a vibration. So when you listen to the Muslim when they are trying to call to prayer, you see that it's a vibration. Allahu Akbar. It's a vibration. It's a sound that goes with tone, nations, and then it goes down, goes up. So that's how sound. That's how important sound and invocation is. If you are able to strike the correct note, things start happening. Vibrations will come when you are able to strike the correct note. Vibrations will come. So incantations are vibrations and sounds mixed together. Sound vibrations, or the incantation create vibrations, and the sound. If the sound is perfect, then the vibration becomes stronger. So it is even in everything we do in music, in whatever you do, it is the sound and vibration. And incantations include sounds and vibrations, or incantations, when properly pronounced, bring vibrations. And vibrations are waves that move, or the sound is a wave. That's why we call it the sound wave, because sound is a wave and the wave is a vibration. So, but I'm not very sure whether I can really explain it, because these things are better experienced than being spoken about. So, but then to my the way I can explain it is what I am saying. So, Baba Wakiri, that's how far I can go.
No, Papa. That was a very, very good explanation.
Th-
And who knew that you were a star singer? Um, so it was good vibration. It's like the opera singer who reaches a note and shatters the glasses.
Right.
Yeah. So I thank you. That was very generous and good.
Thank you very much, Baba Wakiri.
Papa.
Yes, Samba.
Um, the name Yorhe Warhead,
Yes.
is that where the name Yahweh comes from?
Yes, yes, that's the word Yahweh. That's where the word Yahweh comes from. Because they cannot vibrate it. Not that they don't want, they don't have to vibrate it all the time. Because if you start vibrating this sound now, you begin to see that that energy start to affect you. It will begin to vibrate yourself. Your body will have to begin to vibrate. Once you repeat that yod hey or hey yod hey or hey in a wave sound form, it will begin to vibrate you. But for the ordinary people who are not of the priesthood class, they cannot give everything to you. So they will give it to you in a way that you can easily contain it and be able to just live with it. But then when you become a priest, whether in Kabbalah or in Judaism or whatever, in Jiddisch or whatever, I believe strongly that the priests are taught the correct pronunciation of the word in order to be able to vibrate the energy and it can take hold of whatever they are trying to correct or take care of. So the Yahweh, Jehovah is actually the Yod He Bohe. And this Yod He Bohe is a figure also. Even though the first Yod is Yod, but it has different figure. And the He also have different figure, just like in the Elohim or something. The He has something, and then the another Yod also have a different figure, and the Vo, Yod He, Vo He, the He also has a different figure. So in Kabbalah, these things are all figures. So even though the pronunciation of the word and the writing in the English alphabet look the same, but when they have to write it in the Jewish or Judaism or Hebrew alphabet, they have figures. Each alphabet has a figure, and those figures combined will also form an energy point in doing certain things.
Thank you, Papa. I also have experienced the things that you're saying firsthand because uh, when I was doing my Abraxas initiation, it was when you started to say your head, forehead.
Yes.
And that was when I was started to feel the vibrations very, very strong. And I remember at that point when I was hearing you say that word, I couldn't hold myself anymore. I just remember I couldn't take it anymore. The vibration was too strong.
Yes. So it is that word is not supposed to be just being used for fun. So maybe that's why it is not used very much. It's only done during initiations and incantations when it becomes necessary that you have to invoke an entity that doesn't have a physical body but exists. That's when you vibrate it that way. So that's why I said that because I am teaching today, that's why I'm just using it because I'm not just using it in vain. I'm using it to teach. Thank you very much, Shamba.
Papa, please, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Senna.
Yes, please. My question is a follow up on what you are discussing about Abraxas and Kabbalah and these secret names of God.
Mm-hmm.
And for some people, they will not understand how and why, as practitioners of voodoo here in Ghana, we are incorporating or we can incorporate these foreign practices as well. So I just wanted to ask you to perhaps explain how Ife people view spirituality in that universal form, and how perhaps we've been incorporating knowledge from all over from time immemorial, not just from Kabbalah, but from other practices as well.
Okay, that's a very good question. I think somebody even had asked me put it on the revolution that we owe him an explanation. And I replied him, I owe no one any explanation. I don't owe anybody any explanation why I do my spirituality the way I do my spirituality, because none of them had paid for my spiritual lessons around the world when I was learning. So no one can tell me that you owe me a big explanation on this. I don't owe anybody anything. That I must be very clear on that. Because when I was learning my spirituality, you were not there. You did not contribute anything to it. I am teaching these lessons to people freely because I want to awaken people's inner spirituality to understand that the world is one. There is reality in spirituality, but spirituality is just one. But each and every culture has their own way and approach to the divine energies. I am lucky to have gone through so many other cultures and initiations from different cultures, and I look at God or nature from different angles. I don't look at God or nature from only one single angle of where the Aves are coming from. In Ave voodoo, there are so many voodoos that were not originally from Ave land. Take for instance, Tigeri. Tigeri, our area, we don't even call it Tigeri, we call it Atigali. We don't call it Atigeri, we call it Atigali. Take it and cut it. So we call it Atigali. But then the real pronunciation is Tigeri. And Tigeri energy is coming from the northern part of Ghana, or maybe even beyond Burkina, Mali, Niger, or wherever. Nobody can really, but the Avis will just tell you that this spirit is from the north. Why is it from the north? Because that's where it came from. That the people who brought it to them were Northerners. And then they inculcated this voodoo into our voodoo. Okay, and then when we are talking about the Goro voodoo, Alafia voodoo, and all these voodoos were not originally Ave voodoos. They came from the Muslim stock and eventually became Ave voodoo. Okay, my mirror, Abochi. Abochi is not an Ave name, but the spirit is called Abochi. Why is it called Abochi? Because the people who brought it, they call it Abochi, my friend. And our people know that the name is Abochi. But then they inculcated it into Ave Voodoo, and it becomes Ave Voodoo to we those who are now getting it from the last end in the Ave culture. Afa that the Aves are using, it came from Yorubas. That's why when you are doing the feeding of Afa, you hear us singing Yoruba songs. We are singing Yoruba songs, and then even in the Voji, Yoyo, or the incantation of Eve Afa, there's a point they will say, Anago Yeve. Because the Eves have Yeve, which is our voodoo tradition. But then they have inculcated or put this Anago people's voodoo into our voodoo. That's why they call it Anagowe Yeve. So originally, it is telling you that The Aves have learned from different places, and then master it and using it as our Ave voodoo. The word voodoo simply means spirit. You can use many other words to describe it, like that which frees a community and many other things, but it simply means spirit. In my area where I come from, we don't even call spirit voodoo. We call it bokor. We call it bokor, means air that we breathe in and breathe out. Because the moment that spirit, that is the air that you are breathing in and you are breathing out, goes away, you are dead. So spirit is regarded as an air or entity which is aerial in nature. It is not something you can see because you can't even see the air that you are breathing in or breathing out. But it is there and it's keeping you alive. So in my area, Vedome, we call it Bokor. That's why we have even a family name, which is our family name called Bobochi. And what does that Bobochi means? It means when your breath stops, people will start crying. Bobochi Avidi. Bobochi Avidi. So the Aves Vedome, they don't even use the word voodoo. They just call it spirit or they call it Bobo. So in the southern part of Aveland, because their standard, their Ave language become standard Ave because Aves have so many dialects. So to standardize it, they use this. The Germans use the Southern Ave language as standard Ave. So somehow, all of us from any other part of the Ave land, we when we are going to speak officially, we use that standard form of Ave to mention things. So if you go, if you are in the southern side of Ave, you hear the word voodoo, voodoo. But when you go to our central Ave, you hear bobo, bobo. That's what you hear. But when we are going to write in the book or write something officially or speak officially, we use the word voodoo because that is what is recognized as the representation of that entity in English and in German when the Germans were writing our alphabets. So when people come out and say that, oh, this is a European thing, there is nothing European and there is nothing English, there's nothing Ave in spirituality. A spirit that is called Alajadu in certain shrines in Ave, that very spirit can be called Jasmine in India. That same spirit can be called Yasmin in Arabic. That same spirit is called Frida in Greek mythology. And then, and I think that is it. And in other cultures also, it may have another different name, but all the same. And okay, and that various energy is also the spirit that is called Anael, Archangel Anael in Hebrew Kabbalah. That is called Anael, which is the spirit of Friday, Venus, which is represented by the planet Venus. Spirit that brings abundance, prosperity, and green, greenery of the universe or of the world. So that very entity is a universal entity, and each group of people or cultures who could tap into it have their own name to give to it according to the area where they are tapping it from. So no one can say that when you are talking about Abraxas, or you are talking about Abraxas, and somebody is saying that it is a what do you call it? It is a European. Why should that one come into voodoo? The people do not know what spirituality is. Those people who stay in one place and think that their mother's soup is the only one that is tasty, they should travel out of their mother's kitchen and go to other mother's kitchen to compare whether their mother's soup is the most tastiest. I have traveled a lot and I have started working with spirituality from childhood. It's not like I grew up before getting into spirituality. I started seeing spirit and working with spirit from the age of 7 years old, 6, 7 years old. And that time, because I was too young, I don't even know what those things were. But then it has guided me to where I am old enough to be able to talk about it and tell people about my personal experiences. So, uh, people who are talking about, oh, how come Abraxas is coming into everybody? What do they know about spirituality? What do they know about spirituality? And if you talk about Kabbalah, do they know what Kabbalah is? So, Sana, learn what I'm teaching you is what I have learned and what has brought me here. I am your father, and I will never teach you what will destroy you. I can only teach you what will make you grow and enjoy the world of spirits and the world of our physical world. A lot of people do not know what they are talking about. They just talk for talking's sake. And even these people who may be even complaining about these things are not people who are even interested in our traditional spirituality at all. They are just there to criticize and create this. They are still church goers who believe that going to church will bring them to heaven. So please, there are reality. The Jews whose grandchild was Jesus Christ do not go to church. Why? Because they know it is a deceit. Thank you.
Thank you, Papa. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Papa.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Shamba, go ahead.
Go ahead. Tonya.
No, this is Wakiri, but
Okay.
go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. Papa, how are you today?
I'm fine. Is that Tonya?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me okay? I'm on the earpiece.
Sure. You are?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I'm hearing you very clear.
Perfect. So my question that I've been pondering for the last couple days has to do with the energy of the void of space where everything is held together. Is there information on what cultures might have more information on connecting with that?
Okay, you see, what people are talking about void, people are only saying that it is void because they cannot see anything. They cannot hear anything. That's why they are saying that it is void. And they are talking about the physical plane. But then when you are spiritual, nothing is void. Every space that you are, there is some entity. Whether you can see it, or you can hear it, or you cannot hear it, or you cannot see it, does not mean that it is void. So when people speak about void, to me, it is just a physical, material thing. There is no space that is void. Everywhere, every space, there is an entity. I don't know whether you have heard about salamanders, undines, gnomes, and sylphs.
Yes, I have. Salamanders connected to fire?
Yes, some are to waters. Yes. Okay. You know, when you go into uncompleted uh, uh, buildings or buildings that have been deserted and everything is moved out, what do you feel? Have you ever entered into any?
Yes, you still feel the energy that's left in that space.
You feel energy, and you may sometimes even have goose pimples on your body. Usually, gnomes, they live in these areas. But because you cannot see them, but they can see you, you feel their energy. So it is with salamanders, which are of fire. Certain things when people burn fire, when fire is burned, certain energies are released, or certain spirits come to work during that time to help whatever ceremony or ritual you are doing. These energies, it's their work to, they are fire energies. You don't see them, but then sometimes when a fire is burning, whether it's burning a house or whatever, you see that certain forms will start, fire will be taking forms and all these things. And then before you know, oh, some big thing break somewhere. All these are energies that, but because we cannot see them with our physical eyes, we will be saying that the space is void, there's nothing here. There is nowhere that space is void. It's only that we physical human beings, we cannot access them easily unless people on a spiritual or on psychic paths. So the space that is void has entities, and people can connect with these entities and be able to use them for the positive development of humanity. This is what is my take on your question.
Okay, so I definitely agree with you on the fact that it's not void. When I say void, I'm using that because that's how people usually describe it.
Right.
But understanding that void doesn't keep things in whatever movements are happening out there. My question is that space specific entities or is that one specific female entity? Okay. And are there cultures that have
Tonya, you see
more knowledge?
You see, real spirituality does not have gender. Did you get that?
Sorry, I did. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yes, I'm saying that real spirituality does not have gender, of saying this is a female entity or male entity. What happens is that energies or entities that are bodiless can decide to take any form depending on you who they are dealing with. Some energies can be male to some people, and the same energy can be female to some other people. Because for them, they are bodiless. So they can take any form if they want to deal with people. It depends on how you who is dealing with them, your understanding is. It is upon that understanding they will start dealing with you, and maybe as time grows, they will introduce their real self in whichever form. You know, the most of spirits are just like hermaphrodites. I think you know the word hermaphrodite.
Definitely.
Yeah. So most of the spirits are just hermaphrodites, and they are not like white people or black people or green people or yellow people. They are just beings in their own state, in their own nature. And if whoever has that, because they are dealing with you on a mental level, when your mind is developed to a point where you can assess and deal with them, they deal with your mind. Your mind is not a green mind, it's not white, it's not black, it is just a mind. And mind is not a physical thing. The brain may be physical, but the mind is not a physical thing, but it is able to work and move from one place to another and assess things and get results and sometimes fail. So the human mind is not a black person's mind or a green person's mind or a white person's mind or whatever. That's why spirituality should not be limited to race and culture and people to say that only these people have the right to do it, because that means you are bringing it to human level and to human what will I call it, our way of discrimination. Our way of discriminating things by saying this is not good, that is not bad. When you reach a higher state of spirituality, you don't see color anymore. you only see minds at play, and each mind has its place to be and do things to do. So it has nothing to do white, green, yellow, blue, or whatever. But on the physical plane, of course, we see somebody is a black skin, somebody is a white skin, somebody is a yellow skin, and whatever skin. In spirituality, it does not really mean anything. You can excel. That's why when we are here, we are black people by nature, we are African by nature. But when we invoke Abraxas, which is supposed to be a Kabbalistic entity coming way back from the Judeo-Christian or Judaism, it still attends to us and it acts and show itself to us, and when we make our request, it appeals. It is rather unfortunate that the early Christians and people who tried to introduce God to people painted everything about God in white, as if God was a white man. And that is why people think that if you are a black person, you are not supposed to be teaching anything connected to the energy that existed in the universe. You know, a lot of people also believe that angels have wings. Why do people believe and draw angels having wings? Because the early human being cannot comprehend that what they are calling God, they think is living in the sky. And for God to be able to send his servants to you, they need to fly to come down to earth. And then when they want to go back, they have to fly and go back into the cloud. That's why angels have been drawn with wings. And no angel has wings. So all spirits and entities that we deal with are angels. Whether they are in African voodoo or in Yoruba Ifa or in Jewish Kabbalah or whatever, they are just entities. They could be called. They are not. They could be called. They are servants of God, and it is the culminative togetherness of them all form what is Godhead, because each one is working according to what it's supposed to do to fulfill the destiny of the world. So all of them are angels because they are all servants of God, or they are all servants doing I don't believe in one particular entity called God, but since we are using this to teach, I will say that they are all servants of the same entity. So Tonya, that is how it is. So that void and yes, it has nothing to do with culture. It only has to do with your mental development, where your mind has reached, and that's when you can connect. So when you get proper initiation, you can always tap into this void and be able to draw a lot of things to yourself. Thank you very much. I hope my explanation will give you some understanding. I don't know, because some of these things is very hard for me to explain, because you can only experience them and then you can have it, but to use words to put them is a little bit difficult sometimes.
No, you answered it absolutely perfect. I think when you said when you made the reference to your mind, allowing your mind to play. Yeah, I'm just always honored to be able to ask you a question. Thank you so much, Papa.
Thank you for the question. I hope we are all learning something. Thank you very much, Tonya, for the question.
Papa.
Yes.
This is Wakiri again.
Yes, Baba. Go ahead.
Thank you. It is a root that we call High John the Conqueror, or Conqueror High John.
John the Conqueror, right?
Yes.
I have heard it before, but I don't know it.
You don't use it, huh?
No.
Do you know anything about it that you may be able to expound on, or you rather leave it because you don't use it?
No, I don't even. I know the name, I think it is through my readings and all this in John the Conqueror, High John the Conqueror, but
Okay.
I don't really know much about it than the name.
Right, right. It's a hard like root, and it looks like a man's testicles. I was trying to see if there's any other, or if there's a root like that in there.
Okay, okay. If you do, I will let. It's like a testicle of a man, right?
Yes, a
Okay.
small man.
Okay, there is a herb called Alechu Duvo in Ewe. But I don't know, I know the herb, but I don't know when the roots are taken. It is used in when people have what do you call it, like accidents, fracture, and it is broken
Uh,
and then used to tie the broken bone or the leg in or arm, and then it kind of the heat from it melts the bone and then it joins. That is our traditional way of fixing bones. They don't need to go to do any surgery or whatsoever, but the herbs can melt the bones like a candle, like a wax, and then join again because with that hair. But then that one is called Alain Chuduvo, but I have not really seen it in its real form. People always gather it and already mash it before bringing it. So I don't know whether that is the one.
okay. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Pop.
Thank you, thank you. But if you are able to get a picture of it or something, just send to me and then I'll ask people.
Yes, okay. I will do. I'll do that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we have my big brother for Martin Kobler in the UK. Say, Hunoga, is it okay for people who have been initiated and got entities such as Togbe Jopata from you to go to other Tobokos to help? You have changed the listening again. I can't see. To go to other Tobokos for help in other ways as well as getting other entities to help their lives. Yes, of course. You see, if you are forming a religion, listen very carefully, everybody, and my big brother, Efo Martin. If you are forming a religion, it is only then that you begin to tell people don't go to any other place to learn from any other source, but only from me or from them. That's what religions are formed and groups that are formed, and they put fear into their followers by telling them that don't go to learn from anywhere else. As I said earlier, when you haven't traveled into any other mother's kitchen, you will always think that your mother's soup is the most tastiest. What I mean by that is that when you are learning spirituality and you tend to limit yourself to only one teacher, how can you know the difference between your teacher, whether what he's teaching you is the right thing or what he's teaching you is limited? How can you know whether he's telling you the truth or is not telling you the truth? It is by moving to learn from other teachers and then comparing your teacher or the person that you know first as a teacher, or sometimes even the past teachers that you had, comparing to the new teacher that is teaching you, then you can now differentiate by saying, oh, this teacher's work or teachings are really elevating. They are suiting to my inner self. But if you just stay at one place and you don't move, there is no way you can ever know everything. I, Christopher Voncujovi, I had been in almost everything. Even though I was in Hinduism as a Hindu monk in Ananda Marga, I also joined the Rouhani Satsang, which is the mother of Ekanka. And my guru was Guru Dashan Singh in Delhi. So I have traveled into many, many things. And then I compare the teachings of many, many teachers. And today I sit here to teach you, and I draw my examples from different religious and spiritual backgrounds to teach you so that you can know the path that you will want to pass in your life. At Ananda Maga, I was a priest. In Rouhani Sakstan, I was just a student. And then I came back into Ghana and I am learning traditional Ewe Voodoo from different teachers. I got far, and before I got far, I got my mirror so I can do my readings very man to the point. Even when someone is dead, I can still contact that person, a dead person, and be able to get all the information accurately, at least 90% accuracy for you. And probably you, whose person is dead, you know certain things that you know that I didn't know. And I can bring all this down to you. And that's the mirror. After getting this mirror, I also got Fa. Now I am trying to master Fa. That's why you will see that we've been concentrating on Fa, because I was not initiated into Fa 20 years ago. Just recently, 15, 16 years ago, I was initiated into Fa, and I'm learning Fa from different teachers. I've got so many different Fa teachers. Then we are now getting to where we are getting the very clear view of what the Afa tradition is all about. And I'm still not limiting myself to only AV teachers of Afa. I'm even planning to take time to go to Nigeria to go and learn Afa or Ifa from the people who are the real teachers. I'm not talking about the Babalawo, the Facebook Babalawos. I want to go and learn from the real teachers, the Fa, and then I compare the AV Fa to the Nigerian one, even though what we are doing now is the Nigerian Fa, but it's the AV version of the Nigeria Afa or Ifa. So when you are looking for the truth, or you're looking for spirituality, you cannot limit yourself to only one person. If the teachers who are going to teach you are real teachers, they will be able to realize that, like Togwijo Pata that you have, someone will tell you, oh, this spirit you have is a very good spirit, or this spirit is very bad spirit. So for Martin, I think you have all the rights, and everybody has all the rights to learn from other teachers. But then after learning, then that's when you will see the difference in the teachers, and you will know who is real and who is not real. And you will also understand the teaching of one teacher from the another. But if the teachers that are teaching you are real, you will see a very common trail in them, and you will say, oh, this person has been teaching the real thing. So there's nothing to be worried about. You can learn from any other Toboko, so long as you know what you are looking for. And then we have Dennis Beloved. I'm glad to learn from you. Thank you very much, Dennis. I'm very grateful. And then Stephen Friedman says, you are not replying on WhatsApp. I'm very sorry. We cannot be live in a live section and still be replying WhatsApp. what do you mean by we are not replying on WhatsApp? Or you forgot that I am talking live here and you want me to be replying to your WhatsApp messages? Why won't you put your message here so that I can reply to it? Why, if you can write this thing here, why you didn't put your message here so that I can see it and read it out? Why do you send message to me while I am on live section to my WhatsApp? Please, I don't tolerate nonsense. If I'm teaching, it's not because I'm teaching so I'm stupid. If you want me to answer your question, put them on the Facebook so that I can read them and other people will also learn from it. Don't send me any WhatsApp while I am in my live section. And then Jane Tiffany Mamisawa in the US, he said, I'm always learning something new and interesting. Thank you very much, Mamisawa. We are very grateful. Hope everything is fine with you. Then we have Ifakemi Aisha Maskenet Amin. Blessing to Baba and all. Thank you very much, Ifakemi. We are very grateful to you. I think, but why do you reduce the listen to this plenty thing like this? Was it giving problem? You switched the computers. Okay, no problem, no problem. So here we are done with the Facebook, we are done with the YouTube questions. Please, you can go ahead, people on, okay, on, what do you call it? On Clubhouse, you can go ahead. But before we even go ahead with the Clubhouse, I just want to make a very simple listen. There's a lot of people who have been following my teachings and the teachings of African Magic Temple Revolution. Sometimes they take it for granted that we owe them something. The truth about it is that we don't owe anybody anything. We are here to teach and to learn. You bring out your questions, then we try to answer it, and we all are learning, because the question that you ask me will also prompt me to go back into my memories to bring some past experiences and everything back to the fore. So I am again relearning the things that I had learned before through the questions that you asked. But then the truth about it is that we don't owe anybody anything, whereby people will feel that why you didn't do this, why you didn't do that. We try as much as possible to answer everybody's question, if time permits, and when the network is good. And then also, there are people who come to us to do reading. They usually come with one problem. Take, for instance, somebody is looking to pass an examination, and then you came in, a reading is done, and then rituals are done for you. You pass your examination. It is very bad for a person who comes this way to think that because you came to do a reading and rituals are done for you to pass your examination, that ritual that was done for you and the reading that was done for you should be the same one that will have to give you a scholarship. Because you have not even passed in the first place, so there was no way you were looking for a scholarship. And now that you have passed your the exams, it is good for you to do a new reading to say, okay, I'm going to apply for scholarships. So what should I do before I get the scholarship that I wanted? Same it is like someone comes and says, I want to marry a man or I want to marry a woman, but then I don't know what to do to be able to be a successful suitor to this woman, to give me a chance or accept me. We do a reading, or we did a reading, and your reading come out that can do this kind of rituals, and then the two of you, your minds will come on the same plane, and you can live together as a man and woman. And if this is done, and then eventually you got married together, don't use this same issue to say that, oh, you want to get a visa to your husband's country, or you want to get a visa to your wife's country, that you are not getting a visa, so that means we didn't do well for you. You came with the mind and the question and the desire to get married, and you got married. Now it is again good for you, if you are a very well thinking person, to say, oh, I got my first wish. Now I'm trying to get a visa to go to my husband's country. So please, what should I do so that I can be successful? Then the oracle will teach you what to do. But just coming to do a reading and for a ritual done to get married, and you got married, and you are now blaming people that you are not getting visa. The time you came here, you were not even thinking about visa because you did not even get married yet. So why think about visa and be using the visa as an excuse to say that's why things are not going well for you? I'm very sorry to say this, but a lot of people are doing this kind of things, and I don't like nonsense. Everything comes step by step. Even for a child to be able to run, first you have to learn how to crawl, and then that child will learn how to stand and balance, and then be able to take the first step, and then start walking, and then before one day that child will be running. You cannot just be on the ground and then you say, oh, I want to learn how to crawl, and then you start crawling, then you start complaining that, but then what they did for me, I'm not running. I'm sorry to say, but then it's sometimes very annoying when people who should know better behave in this way. If anybody had any question from Clubhouse, please tell me.
Papa.
Yes.
Yes, I wanted to know, was there any time, or I want to know about any time where you had to call a joker? Have you ever called a joker on somebody that, or were you in a situation to have to call a joker for somebody?
I'm not very clear with your question, and come closer to the microphone. And if I can understand you very well, is like maybe you are in a situation and then you have to call your joker that you have so that you can protect yourself, right?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. I had not really been in that very much, but yes, there were one or two occasions that I have to call some joka or some mantra in order to go through a situation that wanted to disturb me. So if you are in a situation that want to disturb you and you have no way out, what's the use of the joker if you have it and you don't use it? You have to use it. It is in such situations that you must involve the joker.
Yes. Thank you, Papa.
Because the joker is like a weapon given to you. The joker is a weapon given to you, so that when you find yourself in times of need and in danger, you call it to come to your aid. Or it's like a knife. You use it to cut your way through. Or like a gun, you use it to shoot your way through. And it is in that situation that when you use joker, you are not going against anything of nature, because if you don't do it, then what's the use of having a knife or a cutlass or a machete? And when enemies attack you and you just hide it behind you. No, you have to use it. I think we don't have any question on
Yes,
YouTube.
I have one. I have
But you
one.
use just quickly about K, and just a follow up on what Baba Shamba was saying. Papa, do you also use mantras and jokas in your dreams?
Yes, of course. I was telling you yesterday when the Manuata came into the room unannounced to me. I was not expecting a Manuata to visit me, and because I just got introduced to them, and I did not plan to set them up yet. And then at the night, and then I saw them appearing in my room and sitting on my bed while I was lying down, and I have to use some mantras. I told you I use some mantras and use some joka words because the Hindus or in Sanskrit, these joka, very joka words are called mantra. And then in Judaism and in what do you call it, in Kabbalah, they are called holy words. So mantra, joka, besa, or holy words are just the same thing from different cultural and language point. So the Aves call their own besa or joka. The Hindus are calling their own mantra. Then the English and the Hebrews or the Jews are calling their own what do you call it, holy words. So it's the same thing. It's only language that is being changed, but it all means words of power that you can use to get out of. In my dream, if anybody is attacking me and I'm fighting them in the dream, but in the dream you think you are physical, and you are fighting them and you can't fight them, you have to use some word to get out of them, and it will work. But words are weapons, you know. If you use Joka words and mantras and holy words are all weapons that were used either to control situations or to invoke the presence of energies, to control and command. Yes, Baba Wakiri, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to see if you can speak on the importance or what is the importance or sacredness of rodents. These are pesky little things, and I know we use them in sacrifice or in rituals sometimes. But what could you give to explain maybe the purpose or the sacredness or spirituality of rodents?
Okay, the rodent in our here we don't call them rodent, we call them mouse.
Right, mouse.
Yes. In the what do you call it? In afar sacrifices, I know that sometimes certain rituals require a mouse to be used, but I'm not that familiar with the uses, how it is used. Whereas in voodoo, which is very typical of the Ewe people, the rodents are different types. There's the bush one, and then there is the house one. The bush one we call rat, and then the house one we call mouse. But sometimes the bush one comes to live in the house, and sometimes the ones we see in the house, we see some also in the bush. So whenever you do a reading and it becomes necessary that these rodents are the one to be used in the sacrifice, then it is used. But other than that, I don't know. I only know one more when the rat in the bush is caught, or even if that rat, there's a big one, is caught and can be used and mixed with some other herbs to create a very powerful spiritual entity. It could be used for many, many things and even for talismans and everything because we in Ewe land believe that the rat, not the mouse, has a lot of spiritual power. So that's why we use it. But then these things are practical things when you need to see how it's done before you can really understand. And when after it is done and you use it and you see the power in it, then you can know what it is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Baba Wakiri. Thank you very much. We have a Vivian, our sister Vivian Baka, saying, "Greetings, Papa. Is that any herb that can cure mental health issues?" Yes, there are herbs and rituals that can be used to cure mental health. There are, there are. Because our people were curing mental health and other things before hospitals were established, and still people still do. But then there is a whole lot of Christians who also kind of want to, okay, I will not say Christian, but spiritual places where people are restrained in chains and all these things, and sometimes being maltreated because people believe that they are being possessed by some evil spirit. That's what their mental problem. So there are people there, but then there are also real people who had the way of curing mental health illnesses through herbal applications, and sometimes with some spiritual mantras and names, things go in their favor. Yeah, I can say so. Yeah, but then it's not. A lot of them are just taking advantage of the sick people by beating them. That's not how mental health should be cured. So, but there are people, there are herbs that can help reduce the stress on the mind or on the brain. Serum and Said, bring the video side down. No, no, yeah, because I can't see anything there. So anybody on in Clubhouse? Because we are not having we are no more having any question on Facebook and YouTube.
Yeah, I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Who is this, please?
This is Westner.
Westerner, yes, go ahead, please.
It's been a while.
Yes, it's been a while. Thank you for joining the section.
So when a priest or Bokor or Huna passes away, are there specific funerary rites that you have to perform
Yes.
for them, or is there something special you have to do?
There are very special rituals when a Huno, Bokor, or a Husi. Could just mention anybody doing the work of God, because when they call you a Husi or Huno, means you are doing the work of God. That's how our people look at it, because another word for God is Uhu. Excuse me. Yeah, there are rituals that are performed, especially if the person is involved into many other things than just one single way. Take, for instance, if the person is Huno, and the person has got Afa, he will be called Boko, and maybe the person has got Yeve, So it will be called Yeve Huno or Yeveshi. And then there are many other ones. And if the person has a money, they also, so when at the funeral of such people, they bring out special people from different spiritual disciplines in the Ewe land. If the person is EFSC, so they have to bring the people who are Ewe people so that they can do the rituals successfully. If the person is just a Huno, so the people who are Huno are dealing with the voodoo and all this thing, somebody who knows how to bury them, they will call them to come, they do the rituals. And if the person is a Bokor, they have to get a Bokor who knows how to bury a Bokor to come, and then they have to separate him from the living people, and then his afa that has been given to him will be destroyed and put in his inside his I think in his coffin before he goes away, so that when he again get born somewhere, he'll come back with his afa somehow. So there are rituals that are done. I am not yet perfect in that, but then I'm learning also how to do it so that in one day, if I should be called to assist to bury some Boko, I will be able to do it. But there are people who I am also learning from.
So now from your practices, is there a specific time to perform certain things? Like, for example, in Haiti, or when somebody dies, typically what they'll do is they'll wait 1 year and 1 day to call, and then they'll call that spirit and ask them questions if there's anything that they like advice or messages they have for the family or something like that. Or is there anything like that that's time sensitive, so to speak, with your voodoo practice?
I think that will depend on the family. Because the first thing is the family will call people to come and bury their dead. And after that dead is buried, the rituals will be performed and everything is performed. And it depends on the family if after 1 year they want to do anything connected to that person who had passed on, then it is up to them. But then if the family is not interested in calling that dead person to ask questions, they may not. So it depends on family to family, because certain people, when a person who is in charge of a particular voodoo or a shrine dies, they put somebody in charge of that shrine, or even the spirit of the dead can come upon a particular person, and the person would inherit the shrine and continue the work. But in today's world, most people, moment their family members who are in charge of a voodoo dies, people start fighting over the voodoo who should take care, because maybe out of greed and thinking, oh, if I'm in charge, I'm going to be like my uncle, I'm going to be like my father, I will be doing this thing. Maybe the voodoo does not even select them, but they impose themselves. And in such cases, the voodoo will not be working well. And it will be advisable for such people at the end of 1 year, they will call that first man who died before they are taking the place to know what to do. And then the person may give advice. But then this is more like depending on each family. It is not like a mandatory thing. If they want to do it, they can do it. I don't think it's mandatory. It is the burial time when the corpse of the person is still lying down, that it becomes a mandatory that they have to call people to come and they dispatch the corpse to go back into its ancestral world.
Thank you very much. What you just described is something that happens in Haiti a lot. Family fighting over things and trying to claim things that don't belong to them. They weren't chosen, jealousy. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, Weston. Okay, we have on YouTube, we have Bolaji Ali. Hello, Papa and the AMT family. I would like to ask Can one be harmed if people physically destroy one shrine or altar? Cancer. Yes, you could be harmed if people destroy your altar or destroy a voodoo that you have. One, the reason why you can be harmed is that the voodoos that are working with you or working for you are connected to your inner self, and they are working with you. So if should someone take them and destroy them, one, you lose that connection with them, and maybe even the protection that they had been giving you, you may lose it if it was not properly sealed. But then, if you and your voodoo had been working for so long, and people outside your will, when I say outside your will, is that it's not like you who gave them authority. Maybe you have traveled, and because people in your family became Christians or other things, and they felt that they want to destroy your things. Yes, when they destroy these things, you will be affected back because you probably would have been working with the spirits for so long. They are physical images that were created. You can always create it back, but then you can now give a report to your spirit, even though it's no more physical, that this is what these people have done. So the spirit should go and deal with the person or the people who have done so. So it depends on your relationship with the spirit. If you are so tight with the spirit will just take it that someone came to attack you and attack the person back. And then we have Geronimo Davidson. Good day, Baba and family. This is my first time seeing you live. Appreciate the knowledge. Thank you very much, Geronimo. We are very grateful, and we are also, I think it's the first time we are also seeing you here. Thank you very much for joining the section. And then Geronimo Davidson again said, how is the call in done? Is it WhatsApp? Thank you. No, we have the one that you hear people speaking directly. It is not from WhatsApp. As at the moment when we are live, we are not using WhatsApp. We are using Facebook. We are using YouTube, just like what you are doing. And then the last one is the Clubhouse. You would have to get the Clubhouse app on your phone or your computer. Does it come on computer too? Okay, on your phone, and then try to look for Revolution, Christopher Voncujovi, Senna Voncujovi on Revolution, African Magic Temple. This when you get the clubhouse, you will find our name somewhere in the clubhouse, and then whenever we are live, you get the information. And do you give any alert? Then you will get the information, and you can also do the call in. So Geronimo, you should immediately try to download the Clubhouse app, and then check for us before the section ends. Then you can now join the section and be able to talk. Thank you very much. But for many people, they will not know how to join the clubhouse. So they are hearing people talking, but they don't know how to talk. They can only write. So if you get the clubhouse app, you will be able to talk on the program. Thank you. And then we have Casper Taddy. Greetings, Bokor, Christopher, and all AMT family. In the video at Bokor Bule's shrine, you mentioned a voodoo that needs fire to be set near it. Please, could you discuss a little bit about that? Okay, that voodoo is normally called voodoo sapata, but then it has so many names in different shrines. I think in Bokor Bule's shrine it's called Hoiza, and it's a Hoiza with two faces, or Sakpata with two faces. And that voodoo, according to Bokor Bule, it's a voodoo that fire is what makes it work faster. So each time they will have to set, if they want to give it to work or they want to send it to do some work, they have to set fire for it to use. The same thing in our place here. We don't have a voodoo sapata as a voodoo. This thing is on the skin. We don't have this voodoo sapata at our shrine as it is in this, but we have sapata inside our jopata. So that is how we do this thing. And we use a gunpowder to set fire to our rituals in order to give that fiery energy to the spirits when we are sending them to do something. So at the Bokor Bullet Shrine, they set a physical fire with firewoods and everything, and that's how it goes over there. But as each shrine is different from the other, people have different ways of approach towards their voodoo. And if what they are doing is working for them and helping other people, then that's the way they will continue. And then maybe if one day we also get that kind of voodoo that says we should set fire in inside a fireplace for it to work, then that's what we will do. Yeah, fire is a very powerful thing in spirituality. Thank you very much, Capstan. Teddy, rather. Baka saying thank you, Papa. Okay, thank you, Vivian. Thank you too. Hope you're fine. I said about the Jopata. I will discuss it with you and we'll see how it goes. And then replying to Jude Sena's Lombet, Papa, please, if I want to come for a divination and also, okay, Jude Sena Lombet Revolution Education, thank you. So I think they have given the telephone number that you can use to do uh, enquiries about our services and how we do things at our shrine. Every shrine has their own way, just as I was saying earlier. Our shrine, we also have rules and regulations that we follow. So if you call that number or when you call that number, should be able to give you the direction on how to come and do a divination. Thank you very much. And then we have Billy Little saying that, hello Tommy, is it proper for your eja to be tied when an elder is praying for you? What is the eja in this place? I don't know what you mean by eja in this context. So, Billy Little, please try to explain to me what you are talking about eja. What you mean by the eja? Eja may means money, it may mean other things, but what are you talking about as eja? And then we have Iman person. Is there an herbal bath that you recommend for clearing and cutting ties from a relationship? Iman person, I'm not very sure if I have any herbal bath that you can just I can have I'm not sure I have any herbal bath that you can just bath and then cut off ties from a relationship. I'm not very sure if I have that. What we do at the shrine here is when a situation arises, we do a reading to ask the oracle what to do to change the situation in our favor. And that's the best way. I don't just say do this. No, I'm not uh, excuse me to say, I'm not just a Facebook spiritualist. I am a real spiritualist, and we have rules and regulations that we go to be able to make things successful to people who come to us. Billy Little is saying he's talking about the money. So you mean that the money to be tied when an elder is praying for you? I think when an elder wanted to pray for you very little, what you will do is that you give the money to the elder person with the drinks together, and the elder person will use your a drink to pray for you. It's good that you go to a person to pray for you. You bring your own drink and also bring some a jar or some money that you can give to the person. You know, spirits don't eat money. It's human beings who eat money. But then people who are doing spiritual work need money. They need money to take care of themselves and take care of their responsibilities. So when you give the elderly person a money and a drink, he's going to pray for you. And it's not like he's charging you, but you must show appreciation, just like how people go to cinema, you pay before going to a cinema, or you want to buy something in a shop, you need to pay. It's good to give some money to an elderly person to pray for you, and even that makes the person very happy that, oh, you thought about his own personal welfare and that of his dependents. So when he prays for you, he will pray with a vim that will make things happen for you. There's a lot of time people come to shrines and say, I want you to pray for me, without bringing any drink, without bringing anything. They say, I want you to pray for me. Sometimes I don't blame them because they are coming from a Christian background whereby they call a pastor, pastor, pray for me. But I think pastors, if they pray for you, you need to send them some token money, or they will tell you to buy candle, buy anointing oil, buy whatever, so that before they can pray for you to be successful. It is the same with our tradition. At least you have to bring what you want me to use to pray for you. You don't expect that you come to me to pray for you, then I go into my room and get a drink that I can use for other things to come and pray on your behalf. You should at least bring a drink for me to pray for you. And if you decided to add money to it, the best. So, and then Bill Little is saying the Ejan, I mean, money, for example, an elder in the family wants to pray for you and you go with the money and schnapps. I am unable. Yes, okay. When you say you should tie it, that's why I'm not understanding. I know you are unable because when you say Eja, I can easily understand. Yes, it's not like you tie it to the bottle. You can just give it to the person, or when you are giving the bottle of drink to the person, you add the money to it and give the two at the same. And so, please pray for me. That's the best way. Thank you, Bill Little. Yeah, are we done with that also? Okay, there's no more question on that one. Okay, no question on YouTube either. Okay, so I turn my face towards the clubhouse, and please, if there's anything there that anybody wants to ask me, please go ahead.
I have one more question, Papa.
Go on, Baba Wakiri. I'm here for you.
We all know that dreams are important, and they reveal so much to us, and we are allowed to experience life on a different plane to teach us about the physical one. But a lot of times through life and through different things we may not have been through or have been through, we seem not to remember all our dreams. What is the common, or if there is a simple way to allow an individual spiritually to enhance the memory of the dream, and to be able to tap in deeper into the dream? Thank you.
Okay, Baba Wakiri, give me a moment because it was something I was teaching just very recently about dreams, how when people forget their dreams and what they can do to remember it. Actually, that teaching, I was taking it from the book of, the great book of magical art, Hindu magic, and Indian occultism. I don't know whether you are familiar with that book.
I am not, but can you say it one more time? I will get familiar.
It's a book, the great book of magical art, Hindu magic, and Indian occultism by L.W. de Lawrence.
Okay.
And this L.W. de Lawrence was a very great spiritual Adventist, someone who has traveled. He's from Ohio in the U.S. He was a very he was a very great spiritualist, and I started reading about his book, this book, when I was about 18, 19 years old. So it's been a book that I cherish so much. So that book, I'm not saying word to word because I didn't, I see if I knew this question was coming, and I just thought about it recently to Senna and some other students at the shrine, that when you have a dream, or you had a dream and you woke up and then you forget some part of it, what usually happens is that in dreams, the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and the unconscious mind become a little bit active. And when you are coming to subconscious mind gets information from the unconscious mind, and then in our dreams, mostly it is the subconscious mind that is more active. And when you are waking up, your conscious mind also become active and will be able to pick informations that was in the conscious mind in the dream state. So when you wake up, you remember your dream. Is that making sense to you, Baba Wakiri, and everybody?
Yes, I follow you. It makes perfect sense.
So what happens is that when the subconscious mind is shutting down, like a curtain is closing, that is when the conscious mind is waking up. So the conscious mind, if the conscious mind is able to wake up and be able to pick things in the subconscious mind before it's shut, you remember your dreams. But sometimes the conscious mind is not able to see everything that the subconscious mind has revealed during the dream state. So when you wake up, you know that you had a dream. You can remember only a little bit portion of it, but you cannot get the whole picture. What do? The L.W. de Lawrence, the great spiritualist and magician, said that in such a state, just sit in your room where you had the dream. Do not talk to anybody. Do not get out of the room. Just sit there, keep thinking about what dream you had, and you are losing it. And with time, the subconscious mind will be able to open and send that information to the conscious mind, and you will remember.
That makes a lot of sense right there, since it's a aspect of communication between the subconscious and the conscious mind.
Right.
Allowing them, just like any spirit that you will receive, the relationship has to be merged and forward.
Right.
So, absence of the conscious mind, understanding the subconscious, would be that relationship hasn't been nurtured as much in that moment of silence.
Right.
Meditation would allow them to do so.
Right. That's exactly what he was saying. But the moment you start speaking with people, then you lose it. So it is good not to speak when you want to remember. So just sit down quietly, focus or meditate on the dream that you had and where you are losing it, and slowly, they will send it back to
you. Are there any herbs that will help to activate the conscious mind, having the conversation with the subconscious?
Yes, we do have herbs in Ewe Voodoo that those herbs, either you are buffing them or you put them under your pillow when you are sleeping, so that your conscious mind will be able to get all the information from the subconscious before it closes down during waking up state.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Papa.
You're welcome. Thank you too for the question. And then we have.
I have another question.
Yes, go ahead, the Westerner.
Earlier, you mentioned two names. You said Jogpata and Chakpata. Um, could you translate those into English, or is there an equivalent, or what? How would you translate them to English? Because they seem to have the same ending, the pata part. So, like, I was just curious.
Okay. In Ewe, the word jo, the word jo, which is actually spelled Dzor. My screen is shutting down. Because make it for me. So the word jo in Ewe means happening, something that happened. And then also the word jo again can also mean straight, as in the word straightforward, or a tree being straight or a line being straight. So the word jo has two different meanings. But in the case of jo pata, it means happening. Anything that happened or talking about happening, we say jo. Like an accident has happened, accident jo, or afoku jo. Okay, the jo is a verb here, I think, something that has happened. So jopata means sudden happenings. Pata means suddenly. So jopata becomes sudden happening. Things that happen suddenly without you planning for them. That is called jopata. So the deity at my shrine is called Jopata. One of the deities at my shrine is called Jopata. That's the one that is in charge of sudden happenings in each and everybody's life. When you are initiated into it, it makes sure that the sudden happenings that will happen to you, he is in charge and take care of it. That even though you may not be aware or whatever, you can be assured that he would always be there to take charge of those sudden happenings. That is Jopata. In my shrine is a deity. Then on the other hand, the word Jakpata. Jakpata is a one single word, which simply is the name of the viper snake. The African viper is called Jakpata. So people mistaken Jokpata for the word Jakpata, because there is also a saying in Ewe that Jakpata be devio menya ekuo. The snake Jakpata in our place is believed that it doesn't bite children. That snake doesn't bite children, but it's the most venomous snake, Jakpata. When it bites you, if people are not very strong around you, you will die, because the venom is very, very strong. So what happened is that it is said that when children sit in the farm, because the jackpata likes to go under the grass or in where the leaves, it hides under the leaves in the farm, where it is like protecting itself from the sun, as well as looking for a very cool place to, 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 to sleep. So it is said that when children are sitting on it or standing on it, it won't bite them. It will just show that it is there. Then you come, the child will get off, or somebody will take the child off. So uh, people in our culture say that Jack Batabe, the view means children do not know death, so I don't bite them. Whereas if you are an adult and you stand on it or you kick it, it will bite you. So the word Jakpata is used in some spiritual, Ewe spirituality. Some shrines even having the name as Jakpata, and some priests even gave the name to themselves like Togbe Jakpata. Togbe Jakpata is totally different from Togbe Jokpata. Jokpata is a spirit of sudden happenings, the one that comes to the aid when sudden happenings happen. So it's a totally two different words in Ewe. Jakpata is snake, and Jokpata is sudden happening.
What about Sakpata?
Who? Sakpata. Sakpata is the deity of the earth. Is the deity of earth. It is called in Yoruba Babalu Aye. Babalu Aye in Yoruba, and the Eves call it Anyigbato. But Sakpata is another name for it. And some people call it Hoisa, the same spirit, but then it is generally called Anyigbato. Anyigbato, the owner of the earth, is the spirit that we believe very strongly is that which brought this pandemic in the world, of this COVID pandemic, because at our shrine 2 years, or the year that I think that was 2019, eh?
Yeah. Yes, please.
So we, after our end of year rituals, that very spirit came in a reading and told us there is a sickness coming to us. He didn't say that it was a worldwide sickness, that there's a sickness coming to their house, so we should block the gate. There's a process, rituals that we did to block the gate of my house and the shrine. So that time, Senna was traveling to Asia, going back to Japan. And yeah, I think he was going back to Japan, and he may be going to China to study. So we were told that there's a sickness coming, so we should block the gates with the necessary things that the Sakpata. So they said it's a Sakpata sickness, so they told us what to do. So we did. So it was in the February or March of 2020 that it came out, and everybody started talking about it, and it started from China, or that's where it was felt, and then slowly it spread across the world. So we at my shrine at what do you call it, African Magic Temple, we were told that there was a sickness that was coming. We didn't, and it is coming from Anyigbato, or the Voodoo Sakpata. Some people even call it Sakpate, depending on the Ewe dialect. So Sakpata, and it's the same spirit called Babaluaye. And we were told that the sickness is going to come from it, is the one going to bring the sickness. So there are certain things that when you don't want Sakpata to come to visit your house, there are certain things you do, and Sakpata won't be able to pass through them, because Sakpata is regarded as a spirit that has all wounds and under its soul and feet and all these things. So there are certain things where you put it down, it cannot walk through. And then with the ritual, we did that, and that was what has actually protected us. So we had this for some time now, and we've been thanking God that it has not really attacked us seriously. Even if it came, it just went very quickly. So that spirit is called Sakpata. the Anyigbato or Babalu Aye as in Yoruba, the owner of the land or earth. Okay, we are on Facebook again. Please, what is going on? It's going on and off.
Sorry, the questions keep on coming. That's why.
No, the whole screen goes off. I'm not talking about the whole screen it's been going off, on, off. That's why I'm asking. We are live now again. Okay, so Bill Little is saying the Eja, I mean money for example in the earlier scene and okay. Bill Little said, but he tied it and that's what I don't understand. So are you saying that he used some rope to tie it to the drink or tie the money separately? I don't know because you have to tell me. Maybe if he tied the money separately, maybe that's the way he received money, and maybe when he ties it, he knows that it is for the shrine or whatever. It can be anything, but I don't think he meant evil by doing so. Probably he's just trying to keep it or to identify it and know where or what it is for. Probably. I cannot tell because I am not him and I was not there, so I cannot tell. But my belief is he probably just wanted to identify it to know that this was for this purpose. And then we have Amacacia Trotter Nelson. Can you post the name of the book, please? Okay, can anybody take picture of this book and post it?
We already will show it.
Then show it. People want to see the great book of magical art, Hindu magic, and Indian occultism. This is the book, like this is how the book is. So we are going to post it, and the book, the whole book, and the name too will be written again. So you can all learn Amacacia. So you'll get it. Thank you. Maybe I myself, I'm surprised that at that early age I was already into these books. This way, elderly people's books, things that children don't play with. Okay, I'm Acacia. I think they posted the book up there, and anybody else who wanted to do, and I think they should type the name again. The Great Book of Magical Art, Hindu Magic, and Indian Occultism, so that it should type it so that some people can also get it. And Senna,
Hello, Papa.
I think, did you also take a picture of it the other day?
Of what, please?
The Lawrence book.
Yes, I took some pictures of the Lawrence's book.
You mean, did you take the cover or only some pages inside?
Oh no, I didn't take the cover. I took the
Okay,
pages
so
itself.
Seram should send you that so you can post it on a Clubhouse for people who are interested to
About the book? Yes,
yeah.
I can find there. It is also sold on Amazon and things like that. So I
It's
can
sold on
post a link.
Amazon. So just give
Yeah.
a link to people so that they can also, if those who can afford it.
It's a very good book.
It's $350, right? It's about $350 today. So you can look for it and you can buy it. It's a book that talks about a lot of spiritual things, and I like the book very much. Okay, I think we are not having any question anywhere now. Or push it down. Let's see if there's some. Okay, hold it there. We have Agbolosu McAfee. Greetings, Tokmi. Hello, McAfee, how are you? Thank you very much for the greetings and thank you for joining us, McAfee. Then we have Imam Person. What does it mean to have Orisha or Lua enter your dreams? Okay, Orisha is the Yoruba word for voodoo, and I think Lua is Haitian and probably uh, Central Africa and East African name for voodoo. So if you see a voodoo in your dream, then that means probably that voodoo wants you to know something about it. So you should find more about it through reading, and if you know people who have it in reality, not people who are just wearing beads and calling themselves Ifa priests or Ifa people. People who really get initiated into that voodoo, they should contact them and then let them give you more insight into the voodoo. Because the lower Orisha is what we Evis call voodoo. So we have a big sister Ifadara. Is a grand greetings, Papa and family. Thank you very much, big sister Ifadara. It's been a while. How are you and the whole family? My regards to everybody, Eva, and all other children and grandchildren. Thank you very much for joining the section. Move it down, and like those ones I've read already. And then we have Evans Jesse. Can I get your location? You take my number, you take the number of the shrine. I don't, my location will be given to you. Call the number, book an appointment. I don't see people who did not book appointment. I'm sorry. That's why we put the number of the listener. Please reply to give him the number. Give him the number on his reply directly so that he can, okay, so that he can call the number and they will book an appointment for him if he wants to see me or wants to do consultation. Yeah. No, just leave it that way. You should just contact that one. No. Who is typing?
It's me.
Just let him contact that number, then it's okay. And then we have Billy Little. Say thanks for your answer, Papa. Where are you located and what is your consultation procedure? The number is okay. Pin the number to pin the number that the 0262 number to the listen so they can call and then know the necessary procedure. Okay, thank you. So a bit little our this is pinned to the message this in the comments this in, so you can see if you want to contact me, find out, call the number, and they will give you direction. Thank you very much. Let's go up. Uh, Bill Little is it true twins are not supposed to visit the shrine? I don't know. I don't know whether that is true or it is not true. I have my own. Senna is also a doe. It's just after twins, so I don't know. He is into this that has come today that we are learning about revolution, voodoo education. He is the one who created it. He and Pele. Pele is Doche. They are all connected to twins. So where is it that twins are not supposed to visit the shrine? What about the priests that are twins? Don't you see me having twin this thing on my arm? There's so many myths and misunderstanding and crazy things that people say without having any proof of them. So I don't know. Move the cursor so that I can see the bottom. Okay. So we are done on YouTube. Oh, that was Facebook. Okay. So we are on this is now live as YouTube now, and Geronimo David said Amazon $300 hardcover, soft cover from $15. Okay, so you can get the book now. They say the hardcover is about 300 US dollars on Amazon, and then the soft cover from 15 US dollars. So those of you who are interested, you can get that book and then keep. And there's a lot of information in it for you. Is there any question on what do you call it? On Clubhouse?
Yes, good day, Bokor. It's Alana on Clubhouse. Am I being heard?
Hello, Alana. I'm hearing you very clearly.
Hello. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I have kind of a fundamental question, and I'm going to try to step towards it.
Okay.
So the first, yeah, I'm going to try to figure out how to get to the source of the question. If you are born in Ewe land, are you born into the tradition, or can that happen, or do you have to go through a process of formal initiation? I'll start with that.
Okay. When you are born in Ewe land, maybe in the olden days, you probably be born into a shrine. Either your parents or grandparents probably are connected to a shrine, and you are born in there. But since colonization and the birth of Christianity in our land, a lot of Eves are Christians, even though their forefathers and ancestors might have been traditional priests. They have nothing to do with the shrine or the tradition anymore. So what happened is that those Eves who somewhere along the way get awakened again had to go back to where there is a teacher or a shrine or the tradition is being upheld to get initiation so that they can now go back to what their ancestors have left behind. However, there are some shrines, there are some children who are born in certain shrines, so automatically they are born into the tradition. And they've been seeing it from childhood, and as they grow, when they express interest, their parents will guide them. Take, for instance, my son, Senna, Pele, and all my children. I have been practicing this before I gave birth to them. So for them, they are lucky to be born into the tradition. So they don't need to go and look for it outside. They have seen me from day zero. I've been doing it, so they have seen it, and and as they grow, they begin to differentiate what is truth and what is lie from what they hear at school and what they see me do at home. And that has given them that courage to know that this tradition is just as good as any other religion or spirituality anywhere in the world. So most AVs generally are born and they sometimes go back to the tradition by learning and getting initiation. While just few, very, very few, maybe 1% of AV population are born in shrines where they don't need to suffer and struggle before getting to the tradition again. So, Alana, that's my answer.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that information, and it makes perfect sense to me. And I guess my question is leading to this inquiry about, okay, let's say specifically Ewe Voodoo. Mm-hmm. Is this, I know it's a religion, or I understand it as a religion, meaning there are codes, there are signs, there are times to do things, there's a protocol, and yet I wonder if you could say, if one could say that they practice Ewe Voodoo, but necessarily not like initiated, like someone who is from the culture. Like, are there principles, like in Ifa, something like the Iwapele, excuse me, are there principles that guide and govern one's behavior and how they interact with people or relate to the natural world, that a person could say that they kind of live, but they're not necessarily, they don't have all the secrets like you. And I understand that not everybody is going to be a priest in any traditional religion. So I hope you can understand what I'm trying to get to, because I'm here a lot of times, and over the course of the many weeks, I've had the pleasure and the opportunity to listen to you before. I am understanding that Ewe Voodoo is very practical. You have a problem, you're suffering with something, or you have a need, and you would seek, obviously, a person like yourself who understands how to speak to the different Voodoo, how to speak to the different divinities, or you just want to give thanks. But outside of that, is there more, I guess, to, I'm living a certain type of life because I'm in the religion, and I don't necessarily need to only interact with the religion when I have a need or a supplication, or I need to appease a divinity. Can you make sense of what I'm trying to ask?
Yes, I did. You see, first and foremost, Voodoo is not a religion. Voodoo is a way of is a way of life of the Ewe and the Fon people. Voodoo is unlike Ifa, where you have hierarchies of deities and spirits and God and things that you have to. This one comes and this is the rank and this. In Voodoo, that structure is not there in the general, but from a shrine to shrine, different shrine to different shrines, they may have their own regulations and rules to say, oh, this deity is ahead of that deity. But then generally, the Voodoo that the Eves practice is just to learn to know how to live in harmony with nature. And since there is nothing like a supreme God as such, even though we have the word Mauga. Mau simply is an adjective qualifying a spirit or an energy that this is bigger energy. Mau is everything. Every voodoo can be called Mau as well. So in every cosmology, we have these three Maus or gods called Mauga Sobolisa, like the creator, and then Mauga Kitikata as the one that operates and take care of the creation by letting it grow and also destroying it at the same time. It's just the same like the Mahesh in Hindu, what do you call it, cosmology. And then we have what we call Mauga Se, which is the god of destiny that creates each and every individual separately. So every voodoo in reality is not a religion because everybody can decide when to worship their god and when not to. There is no time of the year and they will say, oh, this is the time of the year and you will have to go, all have to go and do something for your voodoo or not. You can choose today to be your end of year or the beginning of your year, as in your house or in your shrine. It is that kind of versatile. It is not that rigid. So when you are born into the religion or into the spirituality, because you are Eve, let's assume that your parents may be a voodoo priest or priestesses or whatever, or you are born an Eve person. Until if you are lucky to be born in a shrine where your parents or grandparents are traditional priests, you may be lucky to get initiations as you grow, even maybe from the very first day when they are taking you out from the room, which we call outdooring of a baby. And a lot of people call it a baby naming ceremony. We don't call it baby naming ceremony. We call it outdooring of a baby because when a child is born, the child remains in the room until the 8th day before the mother brings that child out. The mother can go in and come out, but the child remains in the room. So on the 8th day, the child is brought out to the public, and then certain rituals are performed for the child to know this is the world that you have come into. These days, because of Christianity, those rituals are not performed according to the Ewe culture anymore. They are performed according to Christianity. So when you are an Ewe and you are born an Ewe, sometimes you have to go and look for and get initiated in order to know how to practice. Voodoo is not a group affair. You don't practice it as a group. It is an individual thing. That's why we say that it is a way of life. It is an individual approach. How you approach your God, how you approach nature, is up to you. You can be given the guidelines by somebody who knows, but then it is up to you to practice and approach it your own way and at your pace. So it is not that everybody born has to become a priest, but as you said that it's a practical thing, yes, it is practical. When you are facing a challenge or some difficulty, you need to find people who are well vested and become priests. But priesthood is also a way that certain people decide that they want to be priests, or maybe a voodoo has mounted you or possessed you, and then through reading that voodoo wants you to be a priest or priestess. Then and that voodoo may only be in your locality or maybe in only one shrine. And other people far away may not know about it. So that's why it is not a religion. So each and every area has their own voodoo that they attach themselves to or people who would choose to use the word worship are there. So it is an individual thing. And if you feel like you want to get initiated into it, you find someone who knows the way, who has the know-how of dealing with spirit world and physical world. Because as I said before, it is to know how to live in harmony with the nature. So people decide when to get initiated and when not to get initiated. But you cannot be, just because you are born in the culture of Ewe land, that means you are just in there, so you know, or everything can just happen to you without you going to learn or approach someone who knows. It is not like that. That's why it's not a religion. That's because you are born a Christian, Jesus Christ is for you. No, 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 no. In Voodoo, you need to go back and learn if you want to know how to handle your life. So, Alana, I think I have done a little bit of explanation on it. I don't know whether it is satisfactory or not. If it is not, send me a follow-up question and let me try to explain.
Yes, thank you. I'm a little overwhelmed. Thank you very much for the answer. Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And then we have a question on YouTube from Ras1. Baba, is there any connection between Hevieso and Chango? Yes, there is. The word Eso is for thunder in Ewe and in Fo language. Eso or so, S-O, so is the name for thunder, and in a Fo language as well as in Ewe language. And the word Shango, you see, a lot of, okay, how will I say it? In the diaspora, in the Hispanic world, I don't know whether CH is pronounced Sha or Cha. Because here, the word Chango, but the Yorubas in Yoruba land in West Africa, in Nigeria, they don't call it Chango, they call it Shango. Shango. And Shango means the god or the deity of thunder. Just as in the Ewe and the Fo language is called So, which actually developed into heavier So. So heavier So and Shango are the same thing. It's only the only difference is they are from the word. They are words from two ethnic groups in West Africa. One being the Ewe and the Fon, and the other being the Yorubas. The Yorubas will call the god of thunder Shango, whereby the Ewes and the Fon people will call it Eso or Hebiaso. So, Ras one, the Shango, Hebiaso, So are the same thing, but from different ethnic backgrounds. Okay, anybody in the clubhouse again? Okay, Senna, what is your time? 5:30. Yes. Okay. So we'll close the section. Senna, I think Senna is he offline?
I'm sure maybe he's getting trying to contact me.
Okay.
Papa, he's online, but maybe he's away from the phone.
Okay. So if there is no more questions coming from the Clubhouse, and we don't have any question on YouTube or Facebook, then I'll be closing today's live streaming, and then we will continue next week, Sunday. I love when you have more questions and very probing questions to ask me, and then I can try to go back into my head, into the computer on my neck, to go back and get the information and answers for you. And then Raswan is say thank you, Toby. Okay, thank you, Raswan. Thank you very much too. And if there is now question from anywhere, then I'm closing today's live streaming. Yes, go ahead.
I have one question.
Yes, Baba. Yes, go ahead.
Christopher. You said you had an experience when you were out there, and you had an experience with you had a mommy visit you in a dream.
That's just 2 days ago.
Okay. So now was that from when you went to visit that one shrine that you had on video last week?
Yes, that one we visited a Togwe Bullet shrine to watch their afar feeding, and then we were doing our live program there, and we spoke about the Mamiwata. He tried to give us some insight into the Mamiwata. One thing all along, I have not been dealing with Mamiwata and the way people speak about Mamiwata, in the sense that there is so many fake people calling themselves priests of Mamiwata with so many beads on their neck and all kind of things just to prove that they belong to a particular spirit. I really, I have also tried many people who said they were in charge of Mamiwata. And when you ask them their first thing, so they were taken away for 7 years, they were underwater, they were in the whatever. And those kind of fairy tales don't mean anything to me, because no human being can be underwater for 7 years without dying. And then when you were gone underwater for 7 years, where were you declared missing by your parents? Were you declared missing in your community? So all kind of those stories does not really go well with me. So for that, I had not really been interested in Mamiwata as people present it. But nevertheless, I had spirits that are water-related spirit. Even this Akai that I work with is a water-related spirit. I have many others that I work with. So I rather would work with these ones, not calling them Mamiwata, because they are not mermaid. They may be water-related spirits, but they are not mermaids. So until recently, this week, or last week, today is Sunday, last week when Bokor came and we asked him more questions, and he started showing us certain things that could happen. It's okay. I have so many of the spirits here who could easily be called Mami, because those are the same things that I do for my spirits, but I don't call them Mamiwata. So when I went to sleep the night, then one of the spirits visited me, and then I was quite surprised. It came in the form of a woman, and then I saw, okay, then that should mean that that's the Mami that has come to me. So that's what it is.
So I guess my question is, what was your initial reaction or your feeling, from the dreams?
So my feeling from the dream was I was like, because the entities came about 3 people. One was a lady, the other 2 were men. So the woman was sitting on my bed, and I was trying to put her hand on me, and I was trying to force myself to get up from my bed, but I couldn't get up. And then it's like the other one came with a face, and then I repeated a mantra, and then that face changed into another face. And then finally, the lady just told me they just wanted to visit me, and then everything vanished, and then I was able to get up from my bed. So I then I just told, when I woke up, I woke up proper. I was just saying, oh, so this thing is real like that. I didn't know, and no wonder I did not follow the fake people. Yeah. And I have not even set it up or anything. We only did the basic initiation, and this is what started happening.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Now, being from on the other side of the world, it sounds so familiar. You could easily say that was something that happened in Haiti, or So I'm just, it's great to hear the similarities. That's all.
Thank you, Westner. Thank you very much. And then we have Geronimo Davis. Baba plays no games with the Mami Wata scene. Yes, of course, I call mantras so that they can get away from me because I did not invite them. I think
So is that a normal practice? If you don't invite them, you send them away?
Yeah, because they are also just energies and spirits, and because I have not invited them, even though when they were teaching me, I have interest to learn, just in case tomorrow someone wants to know what Mamiwata is. And all along, I had always told people that I don't deal with Mamiwatas because I don't trust the people who are Mamiwata priests or priestesses. I've had some bad experiences with them, so I don't really trust. But now it is me myself having this experience, then I can know what it is. So it is me who would decide for them to come to me. They should not just come to me. I'm not just ordinary person. I am a priest, and if they want to come to me, they should inform me, or I should invite them. Is that I have so many spirits with me, and my spirits don't just jump and come to me without me inviting them. I'm working with them for years, and we have that common understanding and respect for one another that I will invite them, and then I see them. But then with this unannounced visitation is what I was not very pleasant with because I didn't expect it. And secondly, it came like that, and I had to try to find a way to push them away. But I'm also happy that at least what they were teaching me is real, and it has proven to me that there is an entity that I am dealing with.
Oh no, thank you. I understand. Thank you. I was just curious as to, it makes me reevaluate or think about my practices and how I operate sometimes, because I get down visits quite often. So I was just curious as to that what you normally do, send them away. If you didn't call them, then hey, leave me alone right now.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Oh, ago mauga, mauga sobolisa, maduago, mauga kitikata, maduago, mauga se, ese joton amejoton, ese enanu amelo, se ke enu ame, omena bebi, dokuna bebi, omena bebi mebi anu dokuna bebi ogbeo, omena bebi mebi anu dokuna bebi ogbeo, se popolipo, me yora tete, me awele doji. bebedo meyo akan becho kan ngoli wakan jevo wakan busubo wakan mami wato wakan ge wakan peli pa bi megba haja do lo ko flaba mando ju fito na so mete do ju meyo minu da ko gba obo wa ka po pe mi o zango ye mi play bio ye meyo ra ke wo jo pata jo maku afoke me vole mo chimo vole vudo me gbele kukuru kwa to fa me jogbo ni o he be jogbo ni me to aya mo lo mo ju to anu kwa ko ve yin le fe me to ba jo tu so play bio o mo no te pere ka jo pata be le happy jo bo ba jo ni jo pata o be fia jo pata metro me gbeda mo lo abi fa gbe rile di na jo pata re na afi mi ajo lo jo pata jo pata eyin atofe me yo me si me gbo jiri to to gbe de nte apa pelu ti zugbolu ajima ogboju kúrò dọjà ló pé ń kọ́ mi valentine bá fámọ́rọ́ va lójó nàpẹ́fù ago sápá tẹ́mẹ́yọ tígẹ̀lì mẹ́yọ gorobodu mẹ́yọ rákẹ́kẹ́ àlàáfíà ẹ̀yẹ mẹ́yọ abọ́chi sàkàràkà mẹ́tọ́ àbáwẹ́ àdógò okòtókò lílọ ńkọ́ ọkùnrinmákú àgbẹ̀rún bẹ̀rẹ̀ tọ́mọ́nù lẹ́tì òfurantà bá ní fífi nkùrà bí sí nkìrà ọkọ̀fító jàmbákú ó tọ́ tó ọkọ̀fító hẹ́ nkọ̀fíkọ̀fí àtàrà mẹ́yọ kábílẹ̀ mẹ́yọ dàgbẹ̀dàgbẹ̀dàgbẹ̀ mẹ́yọ tọ́gbẹ́ ọ̀gbàtọ̀ mẹ́gbàbọ̀dú wẹ́tò tó ra wẹ́bù mẹ́yà sàpá sàgìdì klunyo khoto ko shinyo khoto kere ku moyami moyo aflegede makpesa ko chino okpo chi ajebu no okpo chi ngoni bo okpo chi chivi tahe medi egbe tere ke di egbe keye pesa nyiri e di egbe sa agutobere ekpezaji e ta di egbe sa eye nyo wole pepe le yeme yo ablo chu ablo no yo mi ara ke dagbe lo ndo ha mi ana kwera gbe vida gbasi dagbe nva to nva agone di le poninu ame yo bete no to me pomi gbe mi ngono nu fonu pere yo bete agbebe mo no guna la mse mo no guna ngbe yibe mo no guna kosra mi le gegero de kosra ni na opetelo ago ne di lo be ponu me yo le do lo bana me nse ame yo bana me nse o le do di do ne bana me yo podo lo do ne je do ji na me yo le vidino po via me yo le srondino po sro ame yo jivi vino de vina ame yo de sron de pe mene fana ame yo le sron dino posro no de done je donji la mese sa gbedidi aboka drika yo mi na ke yo fana go nu fa gbo ma je so pe to mo so le me da pa bi mo yo pali gbe meji eku meji woli meji di meji lo so meji ngoli meji abla meji akla meji guda meji sa meji ka meji trupe meji tula meji lete meji che meji fu meji pali che tula me yo klebo bi de ke mo po to ba do obu ama to ba de yen ate mo po ina di lo dagbe sinedi agone di le mi e ko nulo dagbe me no no bodu mi no re ho mi atora jo mesi mi na fire ne fami no. Okay, I am done for today, and hopefully I'll see you all again next week. Thank you. With Said, you can now close yours because the video is delayed, so you have to let it play through to the end, because if you close it now, there's so many things that will not go, or it will go. Even if you close it now, because still I can see that the things that I have said has not even come yet.
That's because it's a delay back.
Okay.
But to be on the safe side, we'll take your recommendation.
I don't know. I'm not technical man. I'm only Bokor. Okay, Sena and Big Brother Echo, thank you all, and everybody on Clubhouse. My regards to you
Thank
all,
you,
and I wish you all a very successful week. Shamba, take care of yourself, and we'll be talking later. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Papa.
Welcome. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Me no kwe la funudalo. Oh me no. Oh me to. Asi. Oh me la funudalo. Oh me la funudalo. Oh me no. Oh me to. Asi. Pẹpẹ lẹ̀vọ̀ àdá lẹ̀vọ̀ pẹpẹ lẹ̀vọ̀ àdá lẹ̀vọ̀ va pas le voir dans le bois. Adela me gado, male, Brasilo,